What if your soul was filed away in a celestial bureaucracy, judged by a silent deity who cracks a smile only when you stumble? Picture it, a room bathed in shadows, where laughter echoes like distant thunder and the air hangs heavy with the scent of mortals' fear. Welcome to the domain of the underworld god, a master of quiet chaos, where each heartbeat is a ticking clock counting down to your reckoning. Ever wondered what the afterlife looks like? Spoiler, it's a bureaucratic nightmare, with your sins scribbled in ink that never fades, and a judge who prefers a smirk over a gavel. Want to know the verdict? Too bad. He doesn't speak. Silence reigns supreme here, thick and suffocating, like a fog that conceals 1,000 secrets. And yet, his judgment hangs over you like a guillotine, poised to drop at the slightest misstep. Every choice you make, a tick mark in a ledger you'll never see. How does it feel to be a pawn in a game played by an unseen hand? While you dance through life, he watches, amusement glinting in his dark, unblinking eyes. Each mistake you make becomes a morsel for his twisted sense of humor. You think you know the stakes? Imagine your deepest fears laid bare, your failures paraded like trophies before an apathetic crowd. You're the star of a show you never auditioned for, and the script is written in blood. This isn't just a story, it's a twisted reflection of your own reality, where morality is a joke, and laughter is the only currency that matters. Want to live forever? Forget the fountain of youth. Instead, try to impress a god who finds your choices laughable. He thrives on chaos, and every time you think you've outsmarted him, he leans back, chuckling at your folly. You're a mere mortal, a fleeting shadow in his world where every act of defiance only feeds his amusement. And what's the punchline? You'll never know. The judgment? A riddle wrapped in a joke, waiting to ensnare you. The more you try to decode it, the deeper you sink into his web of silence. Each question you ask becomes a silent scream in the void, echoing back to you with a mocking tone. Imagine searching for answers in a labyrinth where the walls shift and change, leading you in circles until madness beckons. In this deadly game, laughter turns dark. You become a performer in a twisted circus where the ringmaster's laughter chills your bones. Can you handle the truth? Can you face the god who judges you while his silence crushes your spirit? You think you're ready to find out? No one is ever prepared to confront their own reflection in the abyss. So, step closer. Peer into the maw of the underworld. Feel that shiver creeping up your spine? That's not fear, it's the realization that you're already trapped. The clock is ticking, and the god of judgment. He's watching. Always watching. The air was thick with tension, a palpable unease that coiled around my throat like a serpent ready to strike. I stood at the edge of that cursed ravine, the ancient trees twisted and gnarled, their roots clawing at the earth, begging for release from the grip of despair. As the moon hung low, spilling silver light onto the scene, a shiver danced down my spine, hinting at the horrors that lay below. I could almost hear the whispers of the damned, echoing through the night like a mournful song, weaving tales of those lost to the shadows. I remember the first time I heard the stories, the hushed voices of the elders, tremors of fear in their words. They spoke of the underworld, a dark labyrinth filled with the forgotten. It was born from rage, they said, eyes wide, as if the very act of speaking could summon its terror. What could have made such a place? What kind of heart could conjure a realm where light forgot to tread? I looked at my brother, Leo, standing beside me, his brow furrowed in thought, the fear gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. We were both drawn to this cursed edge. Our mother had vanished, sucked into that abyss of shadows. I felt the weight of her absence, a void that gnawed at my insides. Every heartbeat echoed the desperate hope that she was somewhere, somehow, still alive. Leo had always been the brave one, the one who dared to confront the possibilities I shied away from. But tonight, his bravado faltered, and I saw the trembling man beneath the mask of courage. "We shouldn't be here," he whispered, but the words barely left his lips before they were swallowed by the darkness. It was then that I saw her, a figure draped in sorrow, an ethereal silhouette drifting just beyond the tree line. My heart raced as I recalled the grim tales of Eurydice, the woman whose love was so profound that she defied death itself. But this apparition felt different, a harbinger of grief rather than hope. Her eyes, hollow and haunted, pierced through the veil of night, demanding to be seen, to be heard. "You seek answers," she called, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the air like smoke. I remember the way the shadows flickered and danced, as if alive, as if the very ground beneath us was a restless soul, yearning to reveal its secrets. "What happened to you?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling, barely piercing the heavy silence. She turned her gaze toward me, and it was as if the weight of 1,000 lifetimes pressed upon my chest. "It was the betrayal of the living that birthed the underworld," she whispered, her breath mingling with the chill of the night. "When the heart grows cold and love is lost, a chasm opens beneath us, consuming all that was once pure." Leo's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist, a lifeline in this sea of despair. "We have to go, now." But there was a desperation in my heart that held me captive. I remembered the stories, the myths of people driven by grief, the legends that blurred the lines between love and madness. I thought of Orpheus, that fool who dared to charm the underworld with music, who believed he could wield the power to change fate. "What if," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "What if we could save her?" The figure's laughter was soft yet cruel, a haunting sound that echoed in the stillness, reverberating through the trees. "You cannot save what has already been lost," she said, her voice laced with the weight of eternity. "You can only understand the darkness that binds you." Her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, and I felt the world around me shift, the ground trembling as though it too was aware of the torment trapped in this moment. And then, without warning, the night erupted. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the depths of the ravine, a surge of voices clamoring for release. My skin prickled as I felt the darkness rising, clawing at my senses. Leo's grip tightened on my wrist, pulling me backward, but the pull of the night was insatiable, a gravity fueled by despair and longing. I could see shadows shifting, dark forms writhing as if begging for salvation, a wretched dance of souls trapped in a relentless cycle of grief. "Leo, can you hear them?" I urged, my voice barely above a whisper, panic rising like bile in my throat. "They're crying out. They need us." But all I saw in his eyes was fear, terror at the thought of what lay before us. "You don't understand. They're lost." His voice cracked, the weight of truth crashing down upon us like a tidal wave. "You can't save them. You can't even save yourself." I turned back to the figure, desperation clawing at my chest. "What do we do? How do we get her back?" The shadows closed in, wrapping around me like a shroud, and the air grew thick with despair. "You must be willing to face the darkness," she said, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "Only then can you break the chains that bind you." A moment of silence hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. I felt the shadows whispering, ghostly fingers tracing along my skin, promising knowledge, promising power. The fear in my brother's eyes shifted to something else, something raw and primal. "No," he said, voice firm, shaking his head as if to dispel the very thought. "We can't. You can't. It'll change you. It'll consume you." But I was already teetering on the edge, craving the knowledge that the abyss promised. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling from my heart like a confession. "I remember her laughter, her warmth, the way she made the world feel alive." The shadows twisted, pulsing with energy, and I felt a surge of connection, an echo of the past reverberating through my veins. "I have to try. I can't let go." As the cries from the underworld grew louder, a storm echoed within me, a cyclone of grief and hope. I could feel the weight of their suffering, the shadows begging for someone willing to plunge into the depths, to confront the darkness head-on. Each heartbeat became a reminder of love, of loss, of the pain that bound us all together in a tapestry woven from despair. And in that moment, as I stood at the precipice, I could only hope that the choice I was about to make would either shatter everything or ignite a fire of transformation. The darkness reached for me, and I knew in my heart that this was only the beginning. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky bled red like a wound. A village of mud and thatch lay silent, save for the rhythmic pounding of a distant drum, summoning souls to the center of judgment. I stood in the shadows, my heart thrumming with dread, my thoughts tangled in a web of guilt and fear. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing within the hearts of men. This was not merely a gathering, it was an execution of fate. I caught a glimpse of him, the judge, a man clad in the rough, frayed robes of a peasant yet bearing the weight of a king. He was both revered and feared, a paradox of humanity. His eyes, dark as the abyss, flickered with a kind of authority that sent shivers down my spine. Then there was Arya, her name whispered like a prayer among the anxious crowd. She stood beside me, her hands trembling, clutching a faded amulet around her neck. It had belonged to her mother, a talisman against the judgment that loomed like a guillotine above us. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the tension, when we were children, we believed our dreams would protect us. We were naive. Her gaze turned towards the judge, and I felt the weight of her despair wrap around me like a shroud. The memories of innocence haunted her, a ghost that refused to let go, just as mine clung to me, the laughter of children playing in sun-drenched fields, oblivious to the darkness that would one day creep into every corner of our lives. The drumbeat grew louder, pounding in my chest, an echo of the decisions that had brought us here. Judgment Day was never a single event, it was a slow unraveling of lives intertwined by fate. I remembered my own missteps, the whispers that painted me with suspicion. I had loved too fiercely, spoken too boldly, and now the shadows of my choices loomed large. Do you think he'll be merciful? I asked Arya, the question hanging in the air like a noose. I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a dangerous spark that threatened to ignite. Mercy is a luxury, she replied, each word laced with bitterness, one that judgment seldom affords. The truth of her statement resonated through me like an ancient bell tolling, reminding me that in this world, mercy was an illusion, a fleeting shadow. But oh, how deeply we craved it. Each heartbeat felt like a plea to the cosmos, a desperate cry for understanding in a world where the scales of justice tipped precariously. The crowd surged forward, pulled along by an unseen force, their faces painted with fear and anticipation. I felt the weight of their collective dread pressing against my chest, suffocating. Then the judge raised his hand, silencing the crowd with an authority that made the earth itself tremble. The air thickened with suspense, and suddenly, I was no longer just an observer. I was a part of this grim theater, caught in the relentless tide of judgment. The ground beneath us felt alive, as if it were whispering secrets of the past, tales of those who had stood here before us, their lives hanging in the balance, marked by the same uncertainty. Arya gasped, a sound that cut through the air like a blade. She had seen something, a figure, cloaked in shadows, standing at the edge of the gathering. The ghost of her past? A harbinger of her own judgment? My heart raced. Who is that? I demanded, but she merely shook her head, her eyes wide with terror. Time stretched and warped, each second an eternity. I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, the sins of ancestors echoing in the silence. What did they see when they looked upon us? What judgment would be passed? I remembered stories told by the fire, tales of gods who wielded justice like a sword, striking down the guilty without hesitation, their laughter echoing through the ages. Will we be worthy? I murmured, more to myself than to Arya. She turned to me, her expression shifting from fear to defiance. Worthy of what? Forgiveness? It's a cruel joke. Her words ignited a fire within me, a determination to confront whatever fate the judge would decree. The figure in the shadows shifted, and the crowd collectively inhaled, a single breath shared among us. I could see the judge's lips moving, the words lost in the cacophony of drums and murmurs, but the weight of his judgment hung heavy in the air. I remember, I thought, how it felt to believe in absolution, to think that the scales could be balanced. Arya's fingers tightened around her amulet, the metal cold against her skin. Whatever happens, don't lose yourself, she whispered, a plea that echoed in the hollow of my chest. But how could I promise such a thing? Every moment here felt like a thread unraveling from a tapestry of existence, fraying under the pressure of truth and lies. Then came the finality of the judge's voice, booming like thunder, reverberating through my bones. You are here to face your truth. Each word sliced through the crowd, a reminder of the choices we had made, the burdens we carried. I felt my breath hitch, the weight of judgment pressing upon my shoulders like a mountain. What truth? The darkness that enveloped us was not just the absence of light, it was the embodiment of all our fears, our failures. I saw the faces around me, twisted masks of anxiety and desperation. The judgment was not only for the accused but for all of us. We were bound together in this moment, our fates entwined like the roots of ancient trees. And as the judge continued, my mind spiraled into the abyss of what lay ahead. I was not just a spectator, I was a participant in this cosmic dance of fate, a dance where every misstep echoed through eternity. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a visceral reminder that judgment was not merely external, it resided within us, gnawing at our souls, tainting our very essence. I gripped Arya's hand, a lifeline in the storm. Together, we faced the shadows, the judgment that would define us. There was no escape, no turning back. With every heartbeat, we moved closer to that fateful moment, the drum pounding in time with our fear. And in that harrowing instant, I understood, judgment was not just a decree, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkest parts of ourselves, a reminder that we were as much a part of the cosmos as the stars that blinked in the vast void above. And so, the drums beat on, echoing through our hearts, a relentless reminder of the truth that awaited us. Each note a step closer to judgment, each heartbeat a swing of the pendulum, catching us in its relentless grasp as we stood on the precipice of fate, waiting to see who we would become. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the empty hall like a heartbeat gone awry. In that stillness, the world held its breath, as if anticipating the unspeakable. I stood alone, the shadows curling around me like whispers of forgotten souls. The air hung heavy, electrified, thick with a weight that suffocated yet exhilarated. This was the moment when silence became louder than screams, when the absence of sound twisted into a symphony of the unspoken. I remember the first time I truly understood the depth of silence. Ava, my sister, stood at the edge of our crumbling home, eyes fixed on the horizon. She was always the dreamer, her spirit soaring high above the ashes of our past. But that day, she wore despair like a shroud, her mouth a thin line, words trapped behind a wall of unrelenting sorrow. I called her name, but it hung in the air like a feather, weightless, pointless. Ava, I pleaded, my voice cracking, please. Silence swallowed my words, leaving nothing but an agonizing void between us. Our father had lost his job, and with it, the fragile threads of hope that held our family together began to unravel. Each night, I'd hear him pacing, his footsteps echoing through the wooden floors, the rhythmic sound a haunting lullaby. I often lay awake, my heart pounding as I listened to him wrestle with his demons, words unuttered hanging like cobwebs in the air. Those nights felt like an eternity, each tick of the clock a reminder of our impending doom. The silence wrapped around me, a cold blanket that muffled my cries, my fears. Ava and I had always found solace in our shared laughter, but that laughter was fading, replaced by an uncomfortable tension that seeped into our bones. I would catch her staring at the stars, her expression distant, as if she could hear the cosmic whispers that were forever out of reach. "Do you think the universe even cares?" she once asked, and I remember the chill that grazed my spine. In that moment, her vulnerability pierced through my heart. How could silence be so loud, so palpable, so terrifying? Then came the day when our world shattered completely. The police officer stood in our doorway, a specter of dread. I could see it in his eyes, the way they flickered with pity, the way he swallowed hard, choking on the weight of truth. "Your father, he's gone." The words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, and I felt my body go numb, as if time had stopped. Ava turned pale, her face an ashen mask, and I wanted to scream, to claw at the silence that enveloped us like a tomb. But instead, we stood there, two statues of anguish, frozen in a moment that would haunt us forever. In the days that followed, the silence grew louder. It filled our house with an oppressive weight, a constant reminder of loss, of absence. I would wake in the middle of the night, the shadows creeping in, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, and I would think of Ava, lost in her thoughts, drifting further away, her laughter now a distant echo. She spent hours in the attic, rifling through our father's things, memories scattered like leaves in the wind. I would hear her sobs, soft but piercing, slicing through the stillness like a blade. Each cry was a plea, a question without an answer, and I would find myself wishing for the power of words, wishing I could breach that chasm that had grown between us. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold, I climbed the stairs to find her, the attic door creaking like an old ghost. I didn't knock, I stepped inside, uninvited, unbidden. She sat cross-legged among the remnants of a life that had once been whole, clutching a dusty photo frame in her hands. Her gaze was distant, lost in a world of memories that felt like a different lifetime. "Ava," I said softly, and the name felt foreign on my tongue, laced with fear. She didn't look up. "Do you think he's out there?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the tapestry of silence. "Somewhere among the stars." I wanted to reach out, to bridge the gap between us, but I was paralyzed by the enormity of grief. "I don't know," I murmured, a hollow truth that hung heavy in the air. "But I wish he could hear us." The words hung there, suspended between us, and in that excruciating moment, I understood the symbolism of silence, how it could both connect and isolate. We sat there, enveloped in our shared sorrow, the shadows deepening around us, and I felt the world beyond fade away. The silence had transformed into something sacred, a raw communion between two souls trying to make sense of an incomprehensible loss. But as the days turned into weeks, the silence began to shift. It morphed from a heavy blanket into a bitter echo that rattled our bones. Ava started to withdraw further, locking herself away in her room, her laughter replaced by the sound of shattered dreams. I would hear her writing, words spilling onto paper, a desperate attempt to make sense of the chaos inside. But I was terrified that the silence would consume her whole, that I would lose her to the shadows, just as I had lost our father. And then one night, in a moment that felt almost cinematic, the alarm clock blared, cutting through the stillness like a knife. I lunged for the switch, heart racing, but in that split second, I realized the truth: silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of something unspoken. The confrontation loomed ahead, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. My chest tightened, breath hitching as I made my way to her room. I could hear the soft rustle of paper, a symphony of grief penning itself into existence. I knocked, hesitantly, and a part of me prayed for her to answer. "Ava?" The word trembled in the air, fragile as glass. The door creaked open, revealing her shadow against the pale moonlight. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice colder than the night. "Please, can we talk?" The plea escaped my lips, raw and desperate. And just like that, the dam broke. The walls of silence crumbled as we stood on the brink of confrontation, and I felt the weight of the unsaid pressing down on us, a tide ready to surge. Would we drown in it, or rise above it? As we stepped into the unknown, silence transformed once more, becoming a canvas upon which our fears could manifest. Spilling out, breathless and unfiltered, we began to navigate the jagged edges of our broken hearts. In that moment, the shadows shifted, and the echoes of the past heralded a new beginning, a promise wrapped in uncertainty, a fragile hope that shimmered in the dark. The clock continued to tick, and the silence bled into a cacophony of emotions, propelling us forward, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting to see if we would find our way back to each other. The darkness was thick, but even in that depth, the first flickers of light began to emerge, an invitation to confront the silence that haunted us. We were on the precipice, and what lay beyond was as vast as the night sky, full of stars and secrets, waiting to be unveiled. A shiver shoots down my spine as I stand at the precipice, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. I can hear the distant echoes of wailing souls, their cries mingling with the rustling leaves of a nearby cypress tree, a sentry to the fallen. The ground beneath my feet feels alive, pulsing with a heartbeat that isn't mine. I swallow hard, my throat dry with dread. This isn't just darkness, it's the underworld, an abyss of collective fears and unending sorrow, where cultures from every corner of the globe converge in their understanding of what lies beyond the veil. "Do you think they can hear us?" Lena whispers, her voice a fragile thread woven through the thickening air. Her eyes glimmer with a mix of fear and wonder, reflecting the flickering light from the torches we carry. She's always been the brave one, but today, the tremor in her hands betrays the facade. We've come seeking answers, but the answers might lead us to deeper questions, the kind that burrow into your soul and refuse to let go. I remember the stories my grandmother told me. I find myself saying the words spilling out before I can stop them. How the ancient Greeks believed Hades was but a shadowy reflection of our lives. A place where the dead wandered, forever searching for the warmth of the sun. I force a smile, though the weight of her gaze feels like an anchor. But I didn't believe her then. Not really. Yeah? Well, maybe it's time to start believing, she replies, her laugh trembling on the edge of hysteria. A ghost of a memory flickers through my mind, local legends about the river Styx, the ferryman waiting to guide lost souls. I can almost hear his oar slicing through the water, a sound that echoes like a heartbeat. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush sends a jolt of panic through me. I grip my torch tighter, the flames dancing wildly. Did you hear that? The world narrows around me, shadows elongating and twisting into monstrous shapes. In this moment, I'm reminded of another story, a tale of a young man named Orpheus who dared to venture into the depths to reclaim his love. But the underworld is not a place for lovers, it is a realm of whispers and shadows, where the past clings like a shroud. Lena's expression shifts, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. You think we're being watched? Her voice drops to a near whisper, as if the wind itself might carry her words to the lurking spirits. Every heartbeat echoes in my ears, a drumroll to the chaos around us. I don't know, I admit, the truth hanging heavy between us. The air seems to thicken, pressing down on my chest. We step forward, deeper into the unknown. It's as if the shadows pulse with life, eager to consume us, to turn our fears into stories that will be told long after we're gone. The passage narrows, and I stumble, nearly dropping my torch. I remember another tale, I say, forcing my mind to focus, to distract myself from the dread clawing at my insides. In Japan, they believe in Yomi, the land of the dead. It is said to be a dark, twisted reflection of our world. The dead roam freely, and the living can only visit through dreams. I look at Lena, searching her eyes for a flicker of hope. What if we're already in Yomi? Her laugh catches in her throat, a nervous sound that barely escapes. What if this is it? What if we're just puppets in a grand play? The ground beneath us shifts, an unsettling reminder that we are not alone. I can feel something lurking just out of sight, the weight of countless eyes resting on us, judging. I remember stories of the Egyptian underworld, where the heart was weighed against a feather. I wonder what mine would reveal. Would the scales tip in favor of my guilt, or my hopes, or some mix of both? Suddenly, a figure steps into the light. My heart races, pounding against my ribcage as if it wants to escape. It's a woman, her face obscured by shadows, yet I can see the glint of something sharp in her eyes, a glimmer of recognition or perhaps resignation. You seek the truth, she says, her voice smooth like silk laced with poison. But truth is a double-edged sword. Are you prepared to pay the price? Lena clutches my arm, her breath quickening, and I feel a wave of protectiveness surge within me. What price? I demand, the words spilling out as I step closer, determined not to show fear. The cost of understanding, the woman replies, her smile both alluring and chilling. Every culture interprets the underworld differently, but each is bound by the same weight, the weight of loss, of memory, of what could have been. My thoughts race, I remember my own losses, the faces of friends and lovers who slipped through my fingers like sand. I feel the familiar ache in my chest, the longing for something lost, a comfort that now seems forever out of reach. Why do we have to suffer to understand? Lena's voice trembles, her resolve wavering. Can't we just leave? Isn't there a way out? But how do you escape a place that exists within you? I want to tell her that the underworld isn't a destination, it's a state of being, a collection of all our unfulfilled dreams and unresolved conflicts. In this realm, we are both wanderers and guardians of our own memories. Look, I say, drawing her attention back to the woman. What do you want from us? Only to remind you that the journey doesn't end here, she replies, her voice dripping with a bittersweet melody that lingers in the air. You must confront what you fear most. Only then will you understand. I think of Orpheus, of his love for Eurydice, of the lengths he would go to reclaim her from the depths. The underworld is not simply a place, it's a crucible, a forge for our souls, where we must confront the shadows that lie within. The darkness thickens around us, shadows swirling like smoke, whispering secrets in a language we cannot understand. Time stretches, folds upon itself like the layers of history we are bound to repeat. The weight of our choices hangs heavy, and suddenly, I comprehend, the real journey is not about facing death but embracing the life we have left. Are you ready? I ask, my voice steady. Lena hesitates, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and I know then that she's faced her own underworld, one of grief, of fear, of the unknown. In that moment, I realize we are not just lost souls wandering through darkness, we are reflections of every culture's understanding of the afterlife, echoes of those who dared to dream. As we step forward, the shadows shift, not menacing now, but inviting, a promise that whatever we face next will be a reckoning, and perhaps, a salvation. In the distance, I hear the faint sound of a clock ticking, each tick a reminder that time is slipping away, but this isn't the end. It's merely the beginning of a symphony played in the shadows, where every note sings of heartbreak, longing, and the eternal search for light amidst the encroaching darkness. The clock struck midnight, the air thick with the sharp edge of fear. I stood in the crumbling chapel, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that twisted like tortured souls on the walls. The scent of damp and decay wrapped around me, suffocating, a reminder of the fragility of life and the cold grip of death. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful serenade for the lost. I shivered, and not just from the chill, something dark loomed on the horizon, something that whispered of the divine and the damned. I remember the way Amelia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the way her hands trembled as she clutched the pendant, a silver crescent moon that had once belonged to her mother. It was said to be a talisman, a bridge between this life and the next, a way to summon the goddess of the afterlife. She'll hear me, Amelia had whispered, her voice a fragile thread, she has to. But I could see the doubt lurking in the corners of her mind, a shadow that gnawed at her belief. Amelia, do you really think she cares? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, but it echoed through the silence like a gunshot. I could feel the weight of my own cynicism, the hard edges of my disbelief. The gods were distant, cruel even. They played with our lives like marionettes, their laughter ringing hollow in the corridors of our grief. Across the chapel, Daniel knelt, head bowed, the flickering light illuminating the sharp angles of his face. His faith was a fortress, but I could see the cracks forming. They're watching, he murmured, a mantra that had lost its power. I felt the agony in his heart, the burden of hope that was slowly turning to despair. They have to be, he whispered again, louder this time, as if saying it would make it real. But I knew better, I had been there when they took his brother, when he had cried out for justice that never came. The candles flickered ominously, casting twisted shapes on the walls, and I remembered the stories of the afterlife, the dark rivers, the labyrinthine paths, the scales of judgment. I recalled the tales of the gods who ruled this realm, their fickle hearts as unpredictable as the tides, one moment, a benevolent savior, the next, a vengeful spirit. In those stories, the afterlife was not a sanctuary, but a battleground where souls were forever caught between longing and regret. Do you think we'll be judged? I asked, my voice breaking the hush. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the weight of my own sins, the burden of my existence pressing down upon me. Amelia's eyes flicked to Daniel, searching for a sign, a glimmer of hope, but she found only fear mirrored in his gaze. They can't touch us, Daniel finally said, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. We have to believe. It was desperation, not conviction, that fueled his words. I watched as he clenched his fists, knuckles white against the stone floor. I wanted to believe him, but faith felt like a fragile glass, beautiful but easily shattered. And then, a noise, the creaking of the chapel doors, an intruder in our sacred space. We turned, hearts racing, breaths shallow. The air thickened with dread, the shadows shifting as if alive. A figure stepped into the candlelight, cloaked in darkness but with eyes that glimmered like distant stars. You seek the goddess. The voice was smooth, chilling, wrapping around us like a serpent. Amelia gasped, clutching her pendant tighter, her breath hitching in her throat. Are you her? The question trembled in the air, a fragile hope laced with fear. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed with the weight of centuries, reverberating through the stone walls. I am a messenger, not the goddess. She has no interest in the living. Daniel's face crumbled, the fortress of his belief collapsing under the weight of those words. What do you want from us? He demanded, but the defiance in his voice was only a whisper against the tide of despair. The messenger stepped closer, and I felt the chill gnawing at my bones, an icy hand gripping my heart. You want to know about the afterlife, don't you? You want to know how those deities play their game? Game? I echoed, unable to contain the shiver that coursed through me. What do you mean? The figure smiled, a sharp grin that sent a shudder through my soul. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. You think the deities care for you? They merely observe, like children watching ants scurry about, unaware of the crushing weight of the world above. As those words sank in, a wave of realization crashed over me. The gods were not our saviors, they were indifferent, cruelly amused by our suffering. I felt Amelia's hand slip into mine, a silent plea for comfort, for connection in this abyss of despair. I could feel her heartbeat, fast and frantic, matching the rhythm of my own rising panic. We were pawns on a chessboard, our fates determined by divine whims. The messenger continued, each word wrapping around us tighter, a noose of understanding. You must understand, the afterlife is not a reward. It is a reflection of your soul, a mirror held up to your darkest desires and your deepest fears. And in that moment, I remembered the stories, the lost souls wandering, the echoes of laughter turned to screams, the deities watching, waiting. I felt the weight of my existence. I felt the haunting presence of those who had gone before us, their shadows dancing just beyond the veil, whispering warnings, secrets, and regrets. Daniel's breath hitched, and I saw a flicker of defiance ignite in his eyes, a rebellion against the fate that threatened to consume us. No, he said, voice rising, trembling but fierce. We will not be mere pawns. But I could feel the truth creeping in, creeping like ivy around my heart. In this world, hope was a fragile ember, flickering in the winds of despair. The messenger's laughter echoed as the shadows deepened around us, an endless night closing in, a reminder that in the game played by the gods, we were not the players, but the played. Amelia clutched the pendant, the metal cold against her skin, and in that moment, we stood on the precipice of something unimaginable. The afterlife was no sanctuary, it was a reflection, a dark canvas painted with the shades of our sins. I could feel the chill of inevitability creeping up my spine, the understanding that we were walking the line between faith and fear. As the darkness deepened, the messenger's smile widened, a promise and a threat intertwined in the flickering light. And I knew that the story was far from over. The next chapter loomed just beyond the horizon, a haunting melody echoing in the silence, reminding us that the gods watched, ever so closely, as we danced on the edge of oblivion. An empty street stretches before me, the silence almost deafening, a stillness that prickles the skin with foreboding. The air is thick, heavy with shadows that lurk in the corners, waiting. I remember the whispers, the cold touch of dread curling around my spine. This is not just any night, this is a night where the veil between worlds thins, and the echoes of the underworld breathe into our reality. Time feels distorted here, moments stretch and buckle like the warped reflection in a funhouse mirror. I stand, heart racing, barely a breath from what lies ahead. The distant sound of a clock towers in the dark, each chime striking like a hammer against my chest. 1, 2, 3. I can see it now, the swirling mist that coils around the skeletal trees, the shadows that pulse and shift as if alive. I am not alone. Rhea stands beside me, her face pale, eyes wide with an unspoken fear. She shivers, but it's not just the chill of the night, it's the weight of her choices. I feel her despair hanging in the air like a thick fog, and I remember her laugh, once vibrant, now a ghost haunting the corners of her heart. The underworld god has claimed her as his own, and her soul is tethered to his whims. I can't do this, she whispers, desperation etched in every syllable. But we must. The pull of destiny, the relentless tide of fate, draws us forward. I gaze at her, feeling the agony of her conflict, the desire to escape and the haunting pull of loyalty. We've all made choices that cling to us like shadows, but hers weigh heavier than most. I reach out, my fingers brushing hers, a fragile tether binding us in this moment. We'll face him together, I promise, though doubt gnaws at the edges of my certainty. There's a sound, a rustle from the darkness, pulling me from Rhea's gaze. A figure emerges, tall, cloaked in shadows, a presence that feels ancient and powerful. The Underworld god. His aura is palpable, a storm churning beneath his skin, and my breath hitches. The air thickens around him, swirling with secrets and horrors that pulse like a heartbeat. The way he moves, with an elegance that belies the chaos he embodies, sends chills rippling through my bones. I remember legends, the stories told in hushed tones by flickering candles, tales of a god who revels in despair, who delights in the anguish of souls. His eyes, two empty voids, reflect the abyss of eternity, as if he holds the weight of every broken dream, every whispered regret. You seek me? His voice rumbles, low and melodic, yet laced with something sinister. It drips like honey, sweet yet toxic. Rhea flinches beside me, her eyes widening as if she can sense the gravity of his gaze. I'm not yours, she breathes, a defiance that feels like the last flicker of a candle in a storm. But I can see the truth in her eyes, the fear that gnaws at her insides like a ravenous beast. She is caught, tethered between her fate and her fight. The god laughs, a sound that reverberates through the air like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. All souls belong to me, dear Rhea, he taunts, each word dripping with the weight of inevitability. You cannot escape what you are. I feel a surge of anger. Why does he revel in her torment? Why does he toy with our hearts like marionettes? You don't own her. I shout, my voice quaking but rising above the oppressive atmosphere. The moment hangs suspended, heavy with tension, raw and electric. The Underworld god turns, his gaze piercing through me, and in that moment, I see a flicker of something, curiosity or perhaps a fleeting recognition. And you? He steps closer, the shadows swirling around him like a cloak of despair. What of your soul, young one? I swallow hard, the truth burning on my tongue. I've buried my own darkness beneath layers of bravado, but it seeps through the cracks, reminding me of every mistake, every moment when I chose fear over courage. I'm not afraid of you, I manage, though the tremor in my voice betrays me. I can feel Rhea beside me, her pulse racing in time with mine, both of us caught in this web of fate, fear, and unresolved desires. Ah, such bravado, he muses, a flicker of amusement dancing in his empty eyes. Fear is a delightful companion, one that whispers sweet nothings in the ears of the brave. I remember a time when I thought courage meant never feeling fear. But now, standing before the embodiment of despair, I know the truth. True courage is the acceptance of fear, the willingness to embrace it, to fight through it. Rhea shudders, stepping closer to me, her presence grounding me. We can resist, she whispers, the flickering light of hope igniting in her voice. We can reclaim what is ours. The god tilts his head, intrigued, and for a moment, I see a glimmer of vulnerability behind the mask of malevolence. It's fleeting, like a shooting star across the night sky, beautiful yet impossible to grasp. You think you can defy me, he questions, the storm within him brewing, darkening the air around us. I feel it, a pulse, a shift in the world, a beckoning towards an unseen horizon. We will not be your puppets, I declare, the weight of my words crashing over us like a wave. We choose our own fates. Time distorts. Shadows stretch and constrict around us. The very air vibrates with the unspoken tension, the pull of otherworldly energies colliding. Even the moon seems to hold its breath. Rhea and I stand resolute, two flickering flames against the encroaching darkness. Then come, little moths, the Underworld god taunts, a smile creeping across his lips as if he holds the fate of the cosmos in his hands. Let us dance in the void. And as we step forward, hearts pounding, breaths quickening, the boundaries of our world begin to blur. The night deepens, the shadows grow, and the echoes of our fears intertwine with the laughter of the god. We move as one, caught in the spiraling chaos of emotion, tethered together by the fragile threads of hope and defiance. In this moment, we are alive, raw, vulnerable, and unyielding, standing at the precipice of our destinies, intertwined with the dark pool of the underworld, unable to turn back now, as the shadows beckon us deeper into the abyss. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a weight pressing down on the chest of every soul crammed into that dimly lit room, each heartbeat a drum echoing against the cold, unyielding walls. A single flickering bulb hung overhead, casting grotesque shadows that danced upon the faces of the congregation, their eyes wide, glistening with a mixture of fear and something darker, curiosity. It was a silent judgment, one that hung over them like a guillotine, ready to drop at the slightest twitch of a finger. I remember the way Clara stood at the front, her hands trembling at her sides, her usually vibrant auburn hair dull against the pallor of her skin. She was the very definition of hope, radiant and flawed, and yet here, in this suffocating silence, she looked like a ghost, haunted, lost. I wanted to scream, to break that silence with the rawness of my own dread, but the words lodged in my throat like jagged stones. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock, each second a shuddering reminder of our shared fear, the fear of exposure, the fear of what lay beneath the surface. And then there was Marcus, standing in the back, arms crossed tightly, as if he could hold himself together by sheer will alone. He had always been the protector, the one who shielded us from the world's cruelties, but now he looked as lost as Clara. I could see the conflict swirling behind his stormy blue eyes, love for Clara battling with the instinct to turn away, to flee this suffocating judgment that threatened to consume us all. "What are we doing here?" he mouthed silently, and I felt my heart stutter in response. The judge, a man whose very presence radiated authority, took a step forward, and the air around us seemed to shift. I could smell the sweat on his brow mingling with the musty scent of the room. "Your actions," he began, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the silence, "have consequences." Each word was a hammer striking an anvil, shaping the fate of our lives in ways we could not yet comprehend. I wanted to reach out, to grab Clara's hand, to reassure her that everything would be okay, but the weight of the silence held me back, each breath a struggle against the oppressive fear. Across cultures, this judgment was a universal truth, the way we hid our flaws, our sins, cloaked in darkness, afraid of the light that could expose us. I remember the stories told in hushed voices, of the witch trials and the blood spilled in the name of righteousness. Was this not the same? A modern-day Inquisition painted in shades of grey, fearful yet fascinating. Around us, whispers began to swell, creeping like vines into the crevices of our minds. "She deserves it. He should be punished." The words were daggers, sharp and unforgiving, cutting into the fragile fabric of our community. I could feel the collective judgment swirling, coiling tighter and tighter around Clara, squeezing until I could almost hear her gasp for breath, her spirit threatening to fracture. And then came the memories, my own ghosts rising to the surface. I remembered my father's face, twisted in rage when he discovered my secrets, the way he pointed and accused, his voice a thunderstorm that left me trembling. I remembered the darkness that followed, a shadow so deep it swallowed every ounce of hope. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of those thoughts, but they clung to me like a second skin. What had I become? Marcus stepped forward, breaking the invisible line, his voice a low growl. "No. This isn't justice. It's a massacre." His declaration echoed, reverberating through the room, and for a brief moment, the shadows seemed to retreat, cowering in the light of his defiance. Clara looked at him, and within that single glance, the world around us faded, leaving just the two of them, a fragile connection, raw and electric. But the judge, unyielding, pierced through the moment with a glare that chilled the air. "Speak again, and you will face your own judgment." His eyes flared like distant stars, cold and unforgiving. I could see the tremor beneath Marcus's bravado. He was as flawed as the rest of us, and in that moment, I saw his fear, felt it resonate deep in my bones. The judgment wasn't just about Clara, it was about all of us, standing on the precipice of our own undoing. I wanted to scream, to break the facade of this charade that threatened to consume us, but the words caught in my throat like a caged bird. Clara's breath hitched, and the air shifted again, a storm brewing within her. "I am not afraid," she shouted, her voice rising, cutting through the oppressive silence, transforming our shared terror into something palpable, something fierce. You think you can break me? You think your judgment defines who I am?" That was the moment the room held its breath. Her bravery ignited something in the air, a flicker of defiance amid the darkness. I felt it crawl along my skin, a pulsing energy that demanded to be felt. What if we all stood together? What if we could turn this silent judgment back upon them? But the moment shattered as quickly as it formed. The judge raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling the corners of his lips. "You are wrong, my dear. Judgment is a mirror. It reflects what is already within." The words hung heavy in the air like a thick fog, and I could feel the weight of their truth pressing down on us. The clock ticked relentlessly, relentless, and I could see the fear creeping back into Clara's eyes. Would we be judged not only by our actions but also by the shadows lurking within our souls? "Look around, Clara!" I wanted to scream. "We're all flawed." But my voice was swallowed by the chaos of the moment as the shadows crept back in, sinking their claws deeper into our hearts. As I glanced at Marcus, I could see the flicker of determination in his gaze, a silent promise that we would not let this moment define us. But the question lingered, could we wrestle our fears from the depths of this judgment? Hope flickered like the dying bulb above, and I could feel the cold grip of despair tightening around us all. We were nothing but players in a cruel play, our roles etched in whispers and shadows, caught in the web of silent judgment, waiting for the next act to unfold. And as the tension rose, the darkness seemed to smile, knowing that this was just the beginning. The air thickened, and in that moment, I realized, this battle was far from over. The judgment awaited, lurking in the shadows, whispering its chilling truths, and we were all caught in its grasp, suspended in a haunting silence. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, a heady mix of herbs and despair. Shadows danced along the ancient stones as the flickering flames of the pyres cast an otherworldly glow against the dark, unyielding walls of the temple. I stood there, heart racing, in the grip of an unshakable foreboding, my hands trembling around the cold metal of the dagger. It was in this moment, at the edge of reality and the unknown, that I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me, binding me to the sacred rites of the Underworld god, a master of shadows and sorrow. My breath quickened as the cries of the faithful surrounded me, each voice rising and falling like the tide of a distant ocean. They chanted the ancient names, words heavy with history, reverberating through the stone and into my bones. "Hades! Persephone! We come to you!" Their desperation was palpable, raw, a chorus of fear and longing that clawed at the very fabric of existence. I could sense their hope, mingled with dread, as they poured their offerings, flesh and memory, into the waiting abyss, seeking favor from the one who ruled the darkness. In the center, near the altar, stood Myra. Her figure was a ghost, ethereal yet grounded, eyes aflame with a sorrow that threatened to consume her. We had grown up together, two souls entwined in the throes of friendship, but tonight, we were both on the precipice of something larger than ourselves. I could see the tremor in her hand as she clutched a small, woven basket filled with tokens, locks of hair, a child's drawing, fragments of a life lost. "If I don't do this," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the chanting, "I'll lose him forever." Myra was haunted by the ghost of her brother, taken too soon by the relentless tide of death. Each night, she would dream of his laughter, sweet and haunting, echoing through the corridors of her mind. It was a dream that turned into a nightmare when morning light extinguished those fleeting moments of joy. I remember, she had cried to me, the anguish lacing her words. I remember how he would sing to me, how he would chase the shadows away. But how does one summon a spirit? How does one plead for redemption? Then there was Elias, a man who bore the weight of regret like an albatross hanging from his neck. His eyes held secrets, dark, swirling depths that threatened to drag anyone who dared look too long into the abyss. His offering was heavier still, for it was not merely a token of love but a burden of guilt. He knelt, clutching a rusted pocket watch, its hands frozen in time. "I failed them," he murmured, voice thick with sorrow. "They trusted me. I didn't save them." I could see the ghosts of his past flickering in the corners of his mind, images of laughter turned to screams, of life extinguished too soon. Myra reached for him, her fingers brushing against his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of shared pain. "We can change this," she insisted, but the words felt hollow, as if the air itself rejected hope. The moon hung high, a voyeur to our despair, and the night sky whispered secrets only the stars could comprehend. "You cannot bargain with the dead," I cautioned softly, feeling the tremors of my own heart beneath the weight of their burdens. The flames danced higher, licking at the edges of our reality, as the offerings were consumed, the smoke curling into the darkness. It was a ritual meant to appease the ancient gods, a prayer cast into the void. But how do you appease something that hungers for suffering? The realization hit me: this wasn't merely a plea for a lost soul, it was a confrontation with the very essence of mortality. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling as a chilling wind swept through the temple. It carried with it the echoes of the past, the whispers of those who had come before us. "They're coming." The shadows thickened, swirling like a tempest, and I knew in that moment we were not alone. Each heartbeat drummed a desperate rhythm, as if the stones themselves were alive, absorbing our fears, our regrets. The air crackled with tension, charged and electric, as the faces of the fallen began to materialize around us, forms shifting in and out of view, a haunting gallery of sorrow. They reached out, fingers stretching towards us, mouths moving in silent screams, their eyes hollow yet pleading. Myra gasped, stepping back, the basket slipping from her grasp and spilling its contents onto the temple floor. Each item fell with a soft thud, a testament to her grief, scattering like fallen leaves in the wind. "I remember," she said, her voice breaking. "I remember." Her cries were a desperate incantation, summoning the spirits not for vengeance, but for connection. Elias stood frozen, the pocket watch clutched tight against his chest. "We need to stop this," he said, but the tremor in his voice belied his resolve. He could feel the weight of his failures pressing down, a sword of Damocles hanging by a single thread. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that we could face this together, but the darkness was thickening, a malevolent force that threatened to engulf us. And then, in a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, I saw it, the shimmering figure of a woman stepping from the shadows. Her hair flowed like tendrils of night, eyes blazing with a fierce sorrow that pierced through the darkness. "You are here," she said, voice echoing, a melody of despair and hope. "You have come to bargain, to plead for those you love." The air crackled around us, charged with an energy that felt both liberating and suffocating. "But what will you sacrifice?" she asked, and the question hung in the air, a pendulum swinging between life and death. Would we offer what we had left? Or would we wield our fears like weapons, striking out in a desperate bid for salvation? I felt the weight of their eyes upon me, Myra's sorrow, Elias's regret, and in that moment, a truth unfurled within the depths of my heart. To confront the underworld god was to confront the very fabric of our existence, to unearth the shadows that lived within us all. It was a terrifying revelation that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "Let us face this together," I urged, voice trembling but resolute. The flames roared, and the shadows shifted, but in that moment, we were bound, not just by our shared pain, but by our desperate yearning to be seen, to be heard, to be remembered. The ritual surged on, a tempest of emotion, a cacophony of hopes and fears swirling around us. We stood on the precipice of something vast and ungraspable, the endless night stretching out before us, a void that promised both destruction and renewal. As the chant rose, a heart-wrenching symphony echoing through the temple, I felt the world spin around us, drawing us into a dark embrace. Our time was slipping away, and with it, the fleeting remnants of who we once were. We were all offerings to the underworld god, unwilling sacrifices to the dark void that hungered for our souls. And as the shadows closed in, I understood, this was not merely an end, but an eternal beginning, an endless cycle of grief and hope, of love and loss, spiraling through the void, forever entwined with the echoes of the past. Thunder cracked overhead, a jagged pulse in the stillness of the night. The world tilted precariously, shadows began whispering secrets, curling around the edges of consciousness like tendrils of smoke. I stood frozen beneath the electric sky, heart pounding, as if the universe itself were about to unleash its darkest truths. Somewhere deep in the earth, a presence stirred, a god shrouded in darkness, waiting to be remembered. I remember the first time I saw him. The art gallery was hushed, the air thick with reverence, when I stumbled upon a painting that stole my breath. A figure cloaked in black, eyes like voids, held a scepter crowned with skulls, his hand outstretched, beckoning the souls lost in the aftermath of despair. The underworld god, they called him. I felt the pull of his gaze, a magnetic force that twisted my spine, igniting a longing that burrowed deep within me. But it wasn't just the painting. No, it was the whispered tales that filled the space between breaths. Stories of Orpheus, a man whose heart beat for a love that transcended death, and Persephone, caught in an eternal dance between worlds, trapped and reborn in cycles of despair and hope. Each tale threaded through time, a tapestry woven from the fabric of grief and yearning. Their emotions haunted me, echoing through my marrow. I could taste the bitterness of loss and the sweetness of longing as if they were my own. And then there was Elara. She was a living embodiment of both light and shadow, a tempest caught in the crossfire of a heart that couldn't decide whether to love or to flee. I watched her slip into the gallery like a ghost. Her past clung to her like a shroud, a lingering scent of sorrow woven into every graceful movement. There was a flicker of recognition in her eyes as they landed on the painting, a jolt of pain that could have split the earth beneath us. We were drawn together, her grief mirrored in my own, a palpable tether binding us in the oppressive air. I could feel her heartbeat quicken, a frantic rhythm that matched my own, as if we were two wounded souls navigating the same storm. "Why do we find beauty in the macabre?" she whispered, eyes glazed with an unshed tear. I could see the ghosts flickering just behind her gaze, haunting her, demanding she remember. "Why do we paint our nightmares?" "Because they are real," I replied, my voice trembling, the words slipping from my throat like a confession. "And sometimes, they are the only things that remind us we're alive." Elara nodded, but her smile was a thin veneer over a chasm of pain. I wanted to reach out, to pull her into my world of clumsy jokes and dark humor, to show her that even in the depths of despair, laughter could live. "Did you know," I said, forcing a smirk, "that they used to bathe once a year? Romance was earthy." She chuckled lightly, but it was a brittle sound, shattering in the stillness. "Earthy or not, we're still drawn to those who understand our darkness," she replied, her voice a thread unraveling in the night. "Like moths to a flame, or perhaps just fools dancing with ghosts." Her words danced in my mind, a haunting refrain that lingered long after she had left the gallery, adrenaline buzzing beneath my skin. Each night, the shadows grew longer, and the paintings whispered louder. I could hear the underworld god calling, his presence weaving through my thoughts like a silken thread. Time was a cruel mistress. Days melded into nights as I found solace in the brushstrokes of artists long gone. I studied their portrayals of despair, the anguished faces, the twisted limbs, all rendered in breathtaking detail. They spoke of heartbreak, betrayal, and undying love. Each canvas was a portal, a glimpse into the souls of those who had dared to confront their own darkness. The underworld god loomed over them all, a silent judge, and a reluctant savior. And then, the confrontation came. Elara stood before me one night, tears streaming down her face, the weight of her torment spilling over. "I can't do this anymore," she cried, her voice etched with raw emotion. "Every time I look at that painting, it feels like he's pulling me closer to the edge. I'm afraid I'll fall in." I moved to comfort her, but she recoiled, her anguish sharp and electric. "You don't understand. I've danced too long with the shadows. I'm tired of being haunted." "Everyone carries a ghost, Elara," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "It's what we do with them that matters." But my words fell flat, and I could see the suffocating hopelessness in her eyes. It crushed me, an unbearable weight pressing down on my chest. What if I can't? What if I lose myself? In that moment, I knew that I was standing on the precipice of something monumental. The underworld god was watching, waiting, as if the very cosmos held its breath. I felt the pulse of time, the thick, stifling air around us, charged with unspoken fears and desires. I reached for her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against my own, a lifeline to a world where darkness didn't have to be the end. "Maybe we're allowed to be broken," I implored, my heart racing. To feel the weight of the world on our shoulders, and still find a way to dance with it. And it was then that the shadows morphed, swirling around us in a chaotic ballet, alive and filled with the weight of our unvoiced struggles. The underworld god watched from his canvas, his presence palpable, a reminder that we were not alone in our suffering. When the storm outside broke, thunder rumbling like a heartbeat, it echoed the turmoil within us. Elara's expression shifted, something flickered in her gaze, a hint of hope, a breath of possibility. "Dance with me, then," she said, voice trembling but resolute, as if she had just made a pact with the very essence of the night. "Let's confront our ghosts together." Those words were an invocation, a spell cast against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. And in that fleeting moment, beneath the stormy sky, we stepped into the chaos, hand in hand, into the embrace of the underworld god who had woven his tale through art and literature, binding us to each other and to the infinite depth of our emotions. I remember the feeling, the raw electricity of connection, the heartbeat of the universe thrumming in time with our own. The dance of light and shadow spiraled around us, a haunting melody that knew no end, as we surrendered to the storm, knowing that we were forever bound to the God who watched with an ever-present gaze, urging us to remember, to confront, to live. The air was thick with anticipation, the night clung to the town like a dark shroud, hiding secrets in its folds. The clock tower struck midnight, its chime echoing through the streets, a ghostly reminder of time slipping away. I stood at the edge of the cemetery, where tombstones whispered stories of lives once lived, and shadows danced like specters. Claire was there, too, her face pale under the moonlight, eyes wide, searching. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. In that moment, I felt the weight of her question, the gravity of our shared grief. Just weeks ago, we had buried her brother, Ethan, a vibrant soul snuffed out too soon. I remember how we laughed at stupid jokes, how he would imitate voices, his laughter ringing like a bell in our hearts. Now, the silence was suffocating, an absence so loud it drowned everything else. "I remember," I began, but my voice caught in my throat, the pain clawing at my insides, a relentless reminder that he was gone. Claire's gaze drifted to the old oak tree at the cemetery's edge, its gnarled branches reaching for the sky as if grasping for something lost. "I want to believe he's still here," she said, her words hanging in the air, heavy and raw. "That he's watching over us." I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that he was at peace. But how could I? The truth was too cruel, too final, and I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, hope that could so easily shatter. A chill ran down my spine as the wind picked up, rustling the leaves, and for a moment, I thought I heard Ethan's laughter, echoing from the shadows. "What if he's trapped?" I whispered, half to myself, half to Claire. "What if he can't move on?" The thought spiraled deep into my mind, clawing at the edges of my sanity. I could see it, a vision of Ethan, lost in the void, begging for release. Claire clenched her fists. "We have to do something," she said, determination igniting a fire in her eyes. "We can't just leave him." Her words struck a chord deep within me, a primal urge to fight against the darkness. Together, we began to trace our fingers over the cool stone of the gravestones, searching for a way to reach out, to connect. "Sometimes, I feel him," she admitted, her voice softer now, like a gentle breeze caressing the night. "Like he's right beside me." I could see it in her expression, the pull of something beyond the veil, a connection that felt both sacred and terrifying. "I remember," I murmured, recalling the way Ethan would look at us, the way his eyes sparkled with mischief. He would have laughed at this, I thought, at the absurdity of it all, two grieving souls trying to summon a spirit. But what if we could? What if there was a way to reach through the fabric of the universe, to pierce the veil between the living and the dead? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, igniting a spark of reckless hope. Claire's fingers brushed against a small, weathered pendant, a locket that had once belonged to Ethan. She cradled it in her hands, her breath quickening. "Let's call him," she said, her voice trembling with urgency. "Let's ask him to come back." The air became thick with an electric charge, as if the universe itself held its breath. We knelt on the cold ground, hearts pounding, the darkness closing in around us. "Ethan," Claire called, her voice echoing through the graveyard, both fragile and fierce. "If you're here, show us a sign." Silence swallowed her words, the kind of silence that screams. I felt my heart thump against my ribcage like a trapped bird. And then, slowly, oh so slowly, the wind whispered through the leaves, and the world seemed to shudder. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting between the tombstones. I could feel Claire's pulse pounding beside me, a mirror of my own fear and hope. "Do you see that?" I breathed, pointing toward the darkness. The shadow twisted and turned, a wisp of smoke swirling in the moonlight. "Ethan!" Claire called again, desperation seeping into her voice. The shadows danced, teasing at the edges of our reality. Was it him? Or just our minds playing tricks, grief twisting the fabric of our perception? I remember, I started, but the words slipped away, too fragile to hold. The air thickened, heavy with unsaid things, a tapestry of longing woven from our memories. In that moment, I felt him, the presence, a whisper of laughter across the void, intertwined with our sorrow and love. But then, just as quickly, it was gone. The shadows receded, the wind sighed a mournful goodbye. "Ethan!" Claire's voice cracked, and in that moment, I saw the shattered pieces of her heart reflected in her eyes. We were left standing alone in the night, surrounded by the graves of dreams and memories, the world feeling impossibly vast and unbearably small. The darkness pressed in around us, a reminder that life is fleeting, that love is a thread spun from the fabric of existence, and that the boundary between the living and the dead is fragile at best. I could feel time slipping away, the clock still tolling in the distance. What if we're just echoes? I murmured, the question hanging between us like a ghost of its own. Claire's gaze pierced through the shadows. "Then we'll keep echoing," she vowed, her voice a fierce whisper against the encroaching night, "until he hears us." In that promise, I felt a flicker of hope, a spark in the depths of despair. We stood on the precipice of belief, teetering between what was real and what was imagined, our hearts attuned to the fragile chords of the universe. The fear, the heartbreak, the desperation, it was all part of the tapestry of our existence, woven together by love and loss, a haunting melody that would never fade. As the clock struck 1, the night stretched before us, infinite and dark, a canvas painted with the colors of longing. And somewhere, in the depths of that darkness, I felt him, a spirit, a soul, caught between realms, listening, waiting. And we would not rest until he was free. The air crackled, dense and electric, as the clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the crumbling stone walls of the ancient hall. Shadows lurked, twisting and stretching like anxious fingers, clawing at the corners of reality. I stood there, heart pounding, sweat tracing a cold path down my spine, as the specter of choice loomed in the darkness. This wasn't just any night, this was the night when souls would be weighed, when truths would be stripped bare, and when the tender, gnawing ache of conscience would rip through the very fabric of our being. I remember Clara's eyes, wide and glistening, reflecting the flicker of torchlight as she whispered, "What if we're wrong?" Her voice trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn gust. Clara, with her wild curls and unwavering spirit, had always been the one to pull me back from the edge, urging me to consider the consequences of our actions. But tonight, the shadows seemed to whisper louder than reason, and I could sense the impending storm. Across the hall, Marcus stood rigid, his jaw clenched, the lines etched on his face deepening with every heartbeat. The weight of his choices pressed down like a thick fog, suffocating and oppressive. "We've come too far," he growled, the words spilling out like venom, sharp and bitter. "We can't turn back now." Marcus, my once trusted companion, now felt like a stranger, a man grappling with demons far darker than any creature that lurked in the night. The ritual was simple yet horrifying. 2 scales, one for the soul of the damned, the other for the heart of the righteous, would offer a final judgment. The specters of our past decisions hovered around us, their whispers echoing in the recesses of my mind. Memory surged like a violent tide, faces, laughter, screams, all clawing for attention. A child's face haunted me, a fleeting moment of kindness overshadowed by a lifetime of regret. I remember how I let that child down, a decision made in haste, a consequence that would ripple through eternity. "Clara," I choked out, my voice cracking under the weight of unspoken truths. "You have to understand. This isn't just about us." I reached for her hand, feeling the pulse of her fear resonate through my fingertips. "It's about everyone we've ever failed. Every choice, every moment we wished we could take back." Her gaze pierced through me, raw and unyielding. There was defiance there, but also a tremor of vulnerability. And what if we're wrong? What if we doom ourselves and others for the sake of this madness? Her words hung in the air, thick with dread. The candle flames flickered as if responding to her turmoil, casting eerie shadows that danced like spirits caught between worlds. Sometimes I felt like the universe was a cruel jester, laughing at our follies while we stumbled through life. You know, I said, trying to lighten the tension, in another time, we might have been just a couple of idiots in a tavern, debating the merits of mead versus whiskey while the world burned outside. But the laughter never came. Instead, the reality settled heavy upon us like a shroud. As the ritual approached, Marcus's demeanor shifted, the fire in his eyes flickering into something darker, desperation. You think we can weigh our souls like apples on a scale? You think it's that simple? Life isn't black and white. It's shades of grey, and we're drowning in it. His words stabbed at me, igniting a cold dread. A wretched thought clenched my heart. What if he was right? What if the choices we made were all just an elaborate illusion, a facade of morality built on the shifting sands of circumstance? The moment of reckoning drew near, the air thick with the scent of dread and anticipation. You need to choose, Clara said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed around us, resonating through the remnants of hope. Are we willing to bear the weight of our decisions? Can we face the monsters we've created? I glanced at Marcus, his face taut with struggle, and then back to Clara, whose eyes shimmered like stars caught in a storm. There was a vulnerability in our trio, a rawness that stripped away pretense, leaving behind the essence of who we were. What if the scales tip against us? I breathed, the words tasting of despair. What if we see ourselves for who we truly are? In that moment, the room seemed to pulse, time stretching and bending like a reflection in a shattered mirror. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a reminder of our mortality. The shadows whispered secrets, the air crackled with the weight of our choices. And then, it was time. We stood together, a fragile alliance against the looming darkness, as we placed our souls upon the scales. My heart raced, a wild beast trapped in a cage, clawing to break free. I could feel the sharp edges of my past pressing against my chest, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Memories cascaded, moments I had fought to forget, choices I regretted, people I had failed. As the balance shifted, the air thickened, a palpable tension wrapping around us like an iron chain. I could feel Clara's warmth beside me, and Marcus's cold fury, a flame flickering between us. This is it, I thought, the realization slicing through me. We were all stumbling through the darkness together, searching for meaning, for absolution, for a way to reconcile the ghosts of our past. But the scales did not lie. They revealed the truth, the tangled web of our choices, the echoes of our hearts. It became evident that the weight of our souls was not measured by the deeds we had done but by the ones we had neglected, the kindness left unspoken, the love withheld, the moments that slipped through our fingers like sand. And as the scales tipped, the shadows seemed to thicken, whispering promises of dread and hope intertwined. In that chilling silence, we were forced to confront not just our pasts, but the very essence of what it meant to be human. To love, to fail, to rise and fall again. I remember it all, the tension, the fear, the heartbreak, and I know this moment will never end. It stretches into infinity, a haunting echo that reverberates through the corridors of time. We are the architects of our own destinies, lost in a labyrinth of choices, endlessly walking the thin line between light and shadow. The weighing of souls had begun, and there was no turning back. We were trapped in a cycle, spiraling deeper into the abyss, gripping tightly to the frayed edges of hope, as the shadows closed in around us. Chapter 12. The intersection of fear and reverence in worship. The air crackled with an electric tension, a palpable fear threading through the damp earth beneath bare feet. It was the kind of night where shadows danced in the flicker of a single torchlight, each shadow a spectre of uncertainty. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the thrum of ancient chants vibrating in my bones. The congregation, a sea of anxious faces, mirrored my dread and hope alike. In that moment, everything felt alive and ready to consume. I remember the girl with the wild curls, her eyes wide, glistening with the faint sheen of tears. Her name was Elara, and she stood at the brink of belief and disbelief, a tightrope walker on the edge of a precipice. "What if he doesn't answer?" she whispered, almost swallowed by the dark. Her voice trembled, echoing the unvoiced fears of every trembling soul around her. I could see it, the doubt, thick as the fog that wrapped around our gathering, clawing at her heart. A visceral fear of the unknown, of the divine, of what lay beyond. And then there was Marcus, stalwart and brimming with fervor, yet a shadow lurked behind his fierce devotion, a secret hidden within his soul like a serpent poised to strike. He lifted his arms to the heavens, shouting praises that reverberated off the cold stones of the ancient altar. "We must honor him," he cried. His voice was a tempest, but beneath the thunder was a quiet terror. What if his devotion was misplaced? What if the god he worshipped was not the loving father but a vengeful spirit cloaked in reverence? His conviction was an armor, but even the strongest steel can bend. The night deepened, the wind howling like a lost soul seeking refuge. I could feel the earth tremble, as though the very ground beneath us bore witness to our cries and fears. The air grew thick with incense, choking and sweet, swirling into a haze that blurred the edges of reality and dreams. The chanting reached a crescendo, a haunting melody that seeped into the marrow of our bones. My heart raced, caught in a vice of terror and awe, teetering on the brink of worship and desperation. I remember the flickering flame, how it danced and twisted, casting grotesque shapes upon the stone. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat, a pulse that quickened and slowed with the rising tide of fear. It seemed to whisper ancient secrets, tales of sacrifice and the divine. Ghosts of the past brushed against my skin, their fingers icy and insistent. I felt them there, hovering just beyond sight, waiting for the moment when fear would spill over into something sacred. Elara shuddered beside me, and I reached for her hand, squeezing it, hoping to anchor both her and myself in the chaos. "What if he's angry?" she murmured, voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it aloud might summon the wrath we were all so terrified of. My throat tightened as I searched her eyes, trying to pull her back from the brink of despair. "Perhaps he's waiting," I replied, the uncertainty in my voice betraying my own fears. "Waiting to see our devotion." But Marcus, his face set in grim determination, spat back, "Waiting? Or testing? This is no game." The firelight caught the sharp angles of his face, turning him into something otherworldly, an angel or a demon, who could tell in this moment of fevered worship? The truth lay buried beneath layers of fear and reverence, intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree that had seen centuries of blood and devotion. As the chanting swelled, a tremor rippled through the gathered crowd, an electric jolt that seemed to ignite the very air we breathed. My heart raced, thudding painfully against my ribcage. I could feel it, the palpable anxiety thickening like fog. It was a moment of reckoning, a fragile bridge suspended over an abyss of uncertainty. It was here, in this intersection, where fear met reverence, that the truth might just unravel. "Do you hear it?" Elara's voice, soft yet insistent, cut through the thrumming din. The silence beneath the chants. Her brow furrowed in concentration, and I felt it too, the eerie hush that lay beneath the fervor, like the calm before a storm. I looked at her, and in that moment, I saw not just fear but a yearning, a desire to connect with something greater, yet terrified of what that connection might demand. The fire blazed higher, and with it, the shadows grew monstrous, twisting and writhing as if alive. They whispered secrets, secrets of sacrifice and penance, of lost souls seeking absolution. I could almost hear their anguished cries, echoes of the past reverberating through time. What sacrifices had been made here? What prayers had been swallowed by the darkness? Every face around me turned upward, eyes glinting, reflecting the flickering light, wonder, and dread mingling like blood in water. And then, the moment shattered. A crack like thunder, a flash of blinding light, and suddenly the air was electric with something unnameable. I gasped, a visceral reaction, the weight of the moment crashing over me like a tidal wave. Fear and reverence collided in an explosion of raw emotion, what we worshipped, what we feared, what we sought, each element a thread woven into the tapestry of our existence. In that instant, Marcus fell to his knees, hands raised to the heavens, as if calling forth the very essence of the divine. Elara's breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of hope beneath her fear, a fragile flame ready to ignite. I felt it too, a longing that surged within me, a desperate plea for connection. The weight of centuries rested on our shoulders, the ghosts of those who had come before us urging us to confront the fine line we walked between fear and faith. The chanting crescendoed, the air thick with anticipation. We were on the brink, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, each breath a prayer, an invocation to the unseeable. And in that moment, as the fire blazed higher, illuminating the dark, I understood, we were not just fear or reverence, we were both, and therein lay our humanity. The intersection was not just a meeting of two powerful forces, it was a dance, a struggle, a beautiful chaos of the heart. I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth of the flames, the pulse of the earth beneath me, the breath of the divine swirling around us. Here, in this fragile space, I embraced the fear, welcomed the reverence, and let them intertwine. The night held its breath, trembling on the brink of revelation, and as the shadows sang their ancient song, I realized this was just the beginning. The air thickens with a pulsing dread, a heartbeat echoing in the cavernous dark. I stand at the precipice, staring into the abyss where the shadows seem to writhe and twist like living things. A chill slithers up my spine, each breath a struggle against the oppressive weight of unseen eyes watching, waiting. I can't shake the feeling that something, no, someone, lurks just beyond the fragile veil of darkness, poised to spring forth and devour my sanity whole. Rena! A voice cuts through the silence, sharp and desperate. It's Lysander, his silhouette flickering like a troubled flame against the eternal night. His eyes, wide and wild, hold a storm of emotions, fear, urgency, a flicker of hope. We have to move. I look back, and for a moment, I see it, the ghostly outline of what was once our city, reduced to mere echoes of laughter and life. The underworld has swallowed it whole, an insatiable maw that gnaws at the fringes of existence. I can feel my heart racing, drumming a frantic rhythm in my ears. Each pulse screams of lost dreams, of memories that dissolve like mist in the dawn. Where? I whisper, my voice trembling as I try to drown out the oppressive silence that wraps around us. With every breath, I remember the warmth of sunlight, the taste of summer rain, the laughter that now feels like a cruel joke. But here, in this suffocating void, those memories are as distant as the stars, buried beneath layers of despair and loss. Anywhere but here. Lysander snaps, pulling me into motion. His grip is fierce, but I can feel the tremor in his hands, a reflection of the turmoil within. He is my anchor, yet the weight of his own demons threatens to drag us both into the depths. We can't stay in this wasteland. It's a prison. Around us, the landscape shifts, smooth black rocks sprout jagged edges, punctuated by rivers of molten ash that flow like blood from a wound. The air is thick with the scent of decay, a bitter reminder of what we've lost. I watch as shadows flicker at the edge of my vision, tendrils of darkness that stretch and sway, beckoning with ghostly fingers. Memories press against me, each one a shard of glass that cuts deeper into my soul. I remember the starlit nights, the warmth of a lover's touch, the promise of tomorrow. But here, in this forsaken expanse, hope feels like a cruel mockery. There's no way out, I murmur, the weight of hopelessness crashing down upon me like a tidal wave. We're trapped. No. Lysander's voice cracks, raw and fierce. We fight. We fight against this darkness. I refuse to let it consume us. He takes a breath, the air shuddering between us. I can't lose you, Rena. Not here. Loss. The word hangs heavy between us, a specter that looms larger than the shadows. In his eyes, I see the ghosts of those we've buried, lost friends, betrayed lovers, all of them swallowed by this malevolent underbelly. And in that moment, it's not just the fear of the darkness that grips me, it's the pang of every farewell left unsaid, every regret that claws at my heart. Together, we push forward, through the twisted landscape that seems to pulse with life. The ground beneath me shifts, a treacherous ground that turns to quicksand, threatening to swallow me whole. I stumble, my foot sinking deep into the ash, and panic flares. Lysander! His hand is there, steady, grounding me as I claw my way back to solid footing. You can't let it take you, he urges, his voice steady despite the chaos. Remember us. Remember who we were before this. I close my eyes, and suddenly, I am back in the sunlight, laughter ringing like a chime in my ears, a picnic by the lake, a kiss stolen under a blooming cherry tree. I taste sweetness on my tongue, the remnants of joy before it was encased in the cold steel of reality. I remember the warmth of the sun, the way the world felt alive, vibrant. But that warmth is fleeting, like the flicker of a dying flame. The underworld wraps around me, a shroud of darkness that coils tighter with every heartbeat. And I can't help but think of the ghosts that haunt this place, the lost souls searching for solace in the desolation. The air thickens with their cries, a cacophony of despair that drowns out the memories of light. Where is the way out? I gasp, the desperation clawing at my throat. The shadows whisper, mocking my fear, a reminder of the uncertainty that looms ahead. Follow me, Lysander urges, his voice fierce against the echoing void. I can feel it, the pulse of something greater, something waiting for us. But what if it's just another illusion? What if this path leads us deeper into the abyss? My heart races, and I cling to him, my mind a whirlwind of doubt and longing. I want to believe in the promise of escape, of salvation, but the shadows curl around my thoughts, pulling me back into the depths. Every step we take feels like a dance with the dead, an intimate waltz with the very essence of despair. The ground ripples beneath us, and I can sense the weight of the landscapes, fields of ash that stretch into eternity, rivers of molten sorrow, and towering cliffs that bleed shadows. Every sight is both haunting and beautiful, a paradox of existence that pulls at the strings of my heart. And then, in the distance, I see it. A flicker of light, sharp and piercing, cutting through the suffocating darkness. It beckons us like a siren song, a promise of hope that feels as foreign as it is intoxicating. Do you see that? Lysander breathes, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. We have to go there. But the shadows shift, rising with an unnatural rhythm, a dark tide that threatens to engulf us. I feel the weight of the past, the ghosts of those we've lost swirling around us, urging us to remember, to confront the pain that binds us. Lysander, I whisper, a tremor in my voice. What if we can't make it? We will, he insists, each word a lifeline thrown into the swirling chaos. We're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for everyone we've lost, for every moment that brought us here. I nod, feeling the fire of determination ignite within me. The darkness is relentless, but so are we. As we move toward the flickering light, a beacon that promises not just escape but redemption, I know this isn't just a battle against the underworld, it's a fight for every piece of ourselves that has been shattered along the way. So we run, hearts pounding, breath heavy with the weight of our choices, the shadows clawing at our heels. And in that moment, together, we become more than just lost souls, we become a force against the very essence of despair. The light grows brighter, a promise of warmth, and I can almost taste the freedom that waits beyond the darkness. But the underworld has its own plans. It breathes, it watches, and it whispers secrets that cling to the very essence of our being. And as we surge forward, I know the true confrontation has only just begun. The air was thick with the scent of fear, clinging to the walls like damp fog. The clock struck midnight, its voice echoing down the empty streets, and I felt it, each chime a tremor in my chest, a reminder that judgment was near. Shadows flitted across the cobblestones, whispers of the past swirling like specters, and I stood frozen, heart racing, as the weight of destiny pressed down upon me. The world around me pulsed with a dreadful anticipation, the kind that makes your skin crawl, your thoughts race, and your breath hitch in your throat. Two figures emerged from the darkness, their faces obscured but their intentions clear. Lilith, fierce and unyielding, her eyes glowing with an intensity that could burn through iron. She was always the rebellious one, the embodiment of defiance against the gods who cast her aside, judging her for daring to embrace her own desires. Her tangled hair framed a face of raw determination, every line etched with the scars of countless battles fought in the name of freedom. And beside her, Balthazar, a tortured soul, haunted by the echoes of his choices. He had once wielded power but found himself shackled by regret, a man of might brought low by his own decisions. His hands trembled, fingers clenching and unclenching, as if he could grip his past and rewrite it. I remember the skies tearing apart, Lilith whispered, her voice a haunting melody that wrapped around me like a shroud. I remember the screams of those who fell, the weight of sorrow so thick you could drown in it. Each word dripped with the ache of memories long buried, but the earth seemed to tremble beneath our feet with their resurgence. Balthazar stepped forward, his gaze piercing through the haze. "But tonight, we face the specters of our past," he said, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "They wait for us, hungry and relentless. We must answer for what we've done." He held the weight of the world in his hands, a burden so heavy that even the strongest heart would falter beneath it. But what does it mean to stand before those who judge? To face the deities that loom over us, their eyes icy and unyielding? The goddess of judgment, Ma'at, with her feather of truth poised delicately upon her scales, awaited us. One wrong move, one slip of the tongue, and the balance would tip. Were we ready to embrace our judgments? Or would we be swallowed by the shadows of our own making? The moon hung high, a watchful eye in the sky, casting its cold light upon us. Each step felt laden with 1,000 unsaid words, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices we made. I could feel the electric tension crackling in the air, an unseen force dragging me closer to the inevitable confrontation. Lilith clenched her fists, determination transforming her fear into something fierce. "I will not let them break me," she vowed. "Not again." Her voice was a battle cry, a spark igniting the darkness. I saw it in her eyes, the fire of rebellion, the soul of a warrior unafraid to confront her demons. But Balthazar was different. He carried the weight of judgment with a resigned acceptance. "We cannot escape our past, Lilith." "I've tried," he murmured, the shadows clinging to him like a second skin. Each moment of weakness, each act of cruelty, they're like chains, binding me to the ground. His vulnerability was raw, a wound laid bare, and in that second, I understood the depth of his despair. It was then that the world shifted, the very fabric of reality bending under the pressure of our impending judgment. The air thickened, and I felt a presence, a deity, lurking just on the edges, with eyes that saw through flesh and bone, peeling back the layers of our souls. We had to confront our truths, our failures, our insatiable desires. I remember the faces, I whispered, breaking the silence, my voice barely a breath. The ones I hurt, the ones I loved. It haunts me. My heart raced as I spoke, every word a confession, an admission of guilt. The shadows shifted closer, their whispers wrapping around me like chains, but I pressed on. Will they judge me for my silence? For my cowardice? Or will they see the ache for redemption? The darkness enveloped us, yet we stood together, trembling against the onslaught of our fears. A circle formed, an unyielding embrace of shadows and desires, of love and loss. The deities of judgment loomed, their presence palpable, their gazes piercing. I could feel their scrutiny, the weight of their expectations pressing down on my shoulders as if I were a mere insect beneath their feet. And as we faced the abyss, a thought clawed at the edges of my mind: could we rise from the ashes of our judgment? Or would we be consumed, mere echoes in a vast universe that had long since forgotten us? The moment hung suspended, a breath caught between despair and hope, the pendulum of fate swinging precariously. I glanced at Lilith, her fierce spirit a beacon in the night, and Balthazar, whose very existence seemed a testament to the burdens we all carried. We were flawed, yet we were alive, and within that aliveness lay the possibility of judgment transforming into liberation. And as the shadows closed in, I felt a surge of emotion, a bittersweet blend of fear, love, and the aching desire for redemption. Perhaps we would not escape unscathed. Perhaps the deities of judgment would expose our truths until we stood bare before them. But in that vulnerability lay strength, a raw and unyielding resolve to embrace our past, to confront what we had been, and what we could still become. Time slowed, the air crackling with energy, as we prepared to face the swirling maelstrom of judgment. Tonight, the scales would tip, and we would discover whether the weight of our sins would drown us, or whether our yearning for redemption would lift us to the stars. The wind howled like a wounded animal, its icy fingers snaking through the gnarled branches of the ancient oak. I stood there, shivering, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and the unsettling hush of the graveyard loomed like a thick fog, heavy, suffocating. I could feel their presence, the ancestors watching, their spectral eyes boring into my soul. They lingered at the edge of memory, the forgotten whispers of a world where shadows danced with the living, and the dead were never truly gone. The air crackled with tension, thick with the weight of unspoken words and unresolved histories. Just days ago, my brother, Sam, had stumbled across an old family relic, a tarnished locket, its surface dappled with age. Inside, it held a faded photograph of our great-great-grandmother, her stern face etched in time, eyes sharp like shards of glass. "They say she knew the secrets," he had muttered, voice trembling with a mixture of reverence and fear. The secrets of the underworld. I had laughed it off, brushing aside the notion like cobwebs in the corner of a forgotten room. But the truth was, I felt it too, the gnawing pull of the past, the ancestors' cries echoing in my heart like a drum, beckoning me closer to the abyss. Now, standing in this forsaken place, under the watchful gaze of the moon, I could no longer dismiss it. The air thrummed with ancient energy, a reminder that history is not just a series of dates and events, it is a living, breathing entity, crouched in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to unleash its fury. My pulse quickened, each beat a reminder of the terrible legacy I carried in my veins. In the stillness, I heard Sam's voice, a flicker of panic that turned my blood to ice. "What have you done?" he whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "I only wanted to know," I replied, but the words felt like ashes in my mouth. I hadn't just wanted to know, I craved the truth, as if it was the only antidote to the poison of ignorance that coursed through our family line. The ancestors had always been there, lurking in the corners of our lives, shaping our choices and fates like a puppeteer with frayed strings. I remember the stories my grandmother told, her voice a low hum of warning and wonder. They guide us, but they also judge us. Beware the underworld's embrace. The graves around us seemed to shift, the earth sighing beneath the weight of history's unsung. I glanced at Sam, who stood rooted in place, eyes darting as if he could see the phantom swirling in the shadows. He was always the pragmatic one, the tether to reality, and yet here we were, caught in a web spun from our ancestors' desires and misdeeds. "We shouldn't have come here," he said, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. But what was done, the locket's pull was undeniable. As we ventured deeper into the graveyard, the moonlight fractured into shards, revealing names etched in stone, each one a heartbeat of sorrow. I knelt by one grave, fingers tracing the letters, Evelyn Carter. I remembered the stories of her tragic end, how she had walked the earth with a heavy heart, burdened by a love unfulfilled. The wind whispered her name, and I felt a pang of sorrow echo in my chest. What had she wanted? What had she sacrificed? "Do you think she's still here?" Sam asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would wake the spirits. I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the dread of awakening something that should remain undisturbed. But the question hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I nodded, a shiver coursing through me. "I think they never leave, Sam. They're tied to us, to our pain, our choices," I said, the words spilling from my lips like a confession. The echoes of the past surged around us, a cacophony of voices rising from their graves, drawing us closer to the brink. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the weight of our ancestors' expectations pressing down on our shoulders. I remembered the stories of the underworld, where the souls of the departed wandered, searching for closure, for forgiveness. In those tales, the line between the living and the dead blurred into nothingness, a dance of shadows where the past entwined with the present. What if they want something from us? Sam's voice trembled, laced with fear. What if we're not ready? The truth was, I didn't know. But as I turned to face him, the darkness around us deepened, swallowing the last remnants of light. I could feel the ancestors thrumming beneath our feet, their desires intertwining with our own, a tapestry woven from blood and memory. The air thickened, charged with an electric fervor that made my skin prickle. They were here, and they were listening. In that moment, I made a choice. I stepped closer to the gravestone, my heart pounding, not out of fear, but out of a desperate need to connect. "Evelyn," I whispered, the name slipping from my lips like a prayer. "I want to know your story. I want to understand what you sacrificed, what you lost." The wind howled again, a mournful cry that echoed through the graveyard, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw her, just a flicker, a shadow in the moonlight, reaching out. And then, Silence. An unsettling, suffocating silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. Sam looked at me, fear etched in every line of his face. "What did you do?" he breathed, and I felt the weight of our ancestors' judgment settle heavily on our shoulders. But there was no going back. The rupture had been made, the connection forged, and the underworld stirred, its depths alive with the weight of our choices. There was no resolution, only the pulse of the past beating louder with each passing moment. The ancestors waited, their stories entwined with ours, a cycle unbroken. I could feel them rising like smoke, filling the space between us, urging us to confront the truth we had long buried. The night was thick with tension, the air electric with possibility. The confrontation was coming, and with it, the weight of history. And I, caught in the storm of emotion, stood on the precipice, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The chill of the room pressed against my skin like 1,000 tiny needles, each one a reminder of how fragile this moment was. Around me, the air thickened with tension, heavy, almost suffocating, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. Shadows flickered in the dim light, twisting into shapes that whispered secrets, unwanted memories clawing at the edges of my mind. I glanced at the clock, its ticking a relentless reminder of time's cruel march, each second a heartbeat lost. "It's not real. It can't be real." Sarah's voice trembled just above a whisper, her eyes wide with a fear that felt almost palpable. She stood a few feet away, half hidden in the half-light, clutching a crumpled photograph, a ghost of happier days, a life before the silence enveloped us. I could see the glistening tears threatening to spill over, reflecting the dim light like shattered glass. "Look at it, Sarah. Look at him." I wanted to scream, but instead, my voice came out as a rasp, barely audible. The photograph depicted a smiling boy, carefree, alive, before the world grew heavy with loss, before the silence consumed everything. He's still here," I asserted, more to myself than to her, as if repeating it would make it true. That silence, the kind that fills a room with unspoken words, weighed on us. It was the absence, the echo of unfulfilled promises. We were two souls caught in the limbo of grief, tapping on the walls of the afterlife, desperately hoping for a response. "This isn't how it ends," I murmured, trying to summon strength, my pulse quickening with every heartbeat. I took a step closer, the space between us charged with the electricity of unresolved emotions. "Do you think he's watching us?" Sarah asked, her voice quavering, trembling at the edges like the wings of a moth caught in a flame. "What if he's just gone? What if we're just talking to the wind?" The thought gripped me, wrapped around my heart like a vice. I could feel the weight of her words, how they curled into my chest and settled like a stone. The absence of him was a living thing, breathing, waiting, and I could almost feel its icy fingers trailing across my neck, whispering that the silence is all there is. "No," I shook my head, forcefully banishing the darkness creeping into my thoughts. "We are the ones who have to listen. We have to keep believing." The conviction in my voice sounded hollow even to me, but it was all I had against the encroaching shadows. The air shimmered as Sarah nodded, the flicker of hope barely igniting in her eyes. "But how? How do we know?" And there it was, the question that pierced through the silence like a knife. I could almost hear the world around us holding its breath. I wanted to shout, to break through the layers of uncertainty, to scream that we were not alone, that love lingers even when our hearts feel broken. But love is a tricky beast, often forgotten in the face of despair. "I remember," I began, my voice trembling. "I remember when we used to race through the fields, the sun kissing our skin, the laughter ringing out loud. I remember the way he would throw his head back and laugh, the sound echoing through the valleys. I remember, the memories came flooding back, chaotic, beautiful, raw. I remember how it felt to be whole." The air shifted, charged with the weight of unexpressed truths. I desperately searched Sarah's gaze, hoping to find a glimmer of understanding, a recognition of our shared pain. Instead, I found only a reflection of my own turmoil, a mirrored desperation that made my heart ache. "Do you think," she started, uncertainty lacing her words, "do you think we're just haunted?" Haunted. The word hung in the air, as heavy as the silence that had settled between us. I swallowed hard, the taste of bitterness coating my tongue. Maybe we're not haunted. Maybe we're just alive, I replied. Maybe it's the living who hold the power to hear him. The room felt smaller, the shadows inching closer as we stood on the precipice of our own fears. The clock ticked steadily, a reminder that time, our most precious resource, was slipping through our fingers. Why do we complicate it? Sarah's voice was barely a whisper now, drowning in the weight of our emotions. Why is it that love feels so heavy? A soft sob broke from her lips, a sound that echoed in the silence like a ghost's lament. I took a step closer, reaching out, my fingers brushing hers as if we could bridge the chasm of loss that lay between us. Because love is everything. It's the laughter, the tears, the memories, we carry them until the end. In that moment, I felt a tremor of connection, a flicker of something that felt almost like hope. But just as swiftly, it was engulfed by the shadows, leaving us breathless, teetering on the edge of despair and denial. The silence wrapped around us again, thick and suffocating, a tangible entity that filled the space around us. And then, an echo. A soft sound, like whispers in the wind, the faintest hint of laughter that sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding louder than the clock on the wall. Sarah's eyes widened, mirroring my shock, as we turned, almost in unison, searching for the source of the sound. "Did you hear that?" I breathed, my pulse racing. The shadows shifted, almost as if the room itself was responding, the air crackling with energy. But it was gone as quickly as it came, leaving a silence that felt more profound than before, a promise unfulfilled. I could feel the uncertainty gnawing at me, yet a flicker of something, hope, perhaps, remained. "Maybe he is here," I whispered, barely daring to breathe. "Maybe he's waiting for us to listen." And in that moment of uncertainty, we stood on the precipice of understanding, the silence of the afterlife wrapping around us like a shroud, tightening with every passing second. It was an invitation and a challenge, a doorway to the ungraspable, a promise of connection that lingered in the air, heavy yet fragile. The air was thick, like a wet blanket, smothering every breath. I stood at the mouth of the chasm, an abyss yawning before me, a void that seemed to whisper secrets only the damned would understand. The ground trembled beneath my feet, as if the earth itself was alive and hungry. I could feel the weight of despair pressing against my chest, each heartbeat drowning in the silence that surrounded me, a silence punctuated only by the distant echoes of lost souls. "Lila," came a voice, trembling and raw. It was Ethan, eyes wide, shadowed by the hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. "We can't turn back." But what awaited us? I remembered the stories, the warnings, the faces of those who had slipped into darkness and returned forever altered. I had laughed at their fear, thinking myself brave, thinking I could dance with demons and come away unscathed. How foolish! I felt the specter of dread crawling up my spine, its icy fingers gripping me, tightening with each word spoken. "Lila, please." His plea was a knife cutting through the thick air. He reached for my hand, and the warmth of his touch ignited a fire deep within me, both familiar and terrifying. This was our trial, our pathway into the underworld, where shadows played tricks and the past crept up like a vengeful ghost. I could see it in his eyes, this was not just a journey for answers but a desperate attempt to mend the frayed edges of our splintered hearts. Ethan had lost someone dear to him, and we both wore our grief like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. I felt the ache of his loss as if it were my own, a shared burden binding us together, yet threatening to tear us apart. "Don't you see?" he whispered, clenching my hand tighter. "If we don't confront this, if we don't face what's down there, it's going to consume us." The chasm trembled again, a reminder that time was slipping away. I could feel the earth's pulse matching my own, a rhythmic echo of fear and anticipation. And behind it all loomed the specter of my own demons, memories that clawed at my mind, shadows of regret and sorrow that I had left unchecked. Could I find closure? Or would I be swallowed whole by the darkness? "Together," I said, my voice steadier than my heart. "We'll face whatever's down there together." He nodded, but doubt flickered in his gaze, a haunting shadow that threatened to eclipse the small sliver of hope we clung to. The darkness loomed larger now, an insatiable void, promising to unveil the deepest fears we held. With a shared look of determination, we stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. The world transformed around us. One moment, the chasm was a gaping maw; the next, we were engulfed in shadows, the air thick with the scent of decay and lost dreams. The path twisted before us, winding like a serpent, each turn revealing flickers of light, like stars in a midnight sky, glimmers of memories, whispers of the past. "Do you remember?" I heard Ethan say, his voice echoing in the darkness, the summer night spent under the stars. I could see it, the soft glow of twilight, the taste of ice cream melting on our tongues, the laughter that sparkled like champagne. But the sweetness was tainted now, memories laced with the bitterness of loss. I could feel the weight of it, that same weight that had drawn us into this abyss, and my heart ached for the innocence we once shared. "Lila?" His voice snapped me back, sharp like shattering glass. The path shifted beneath our feet, a sudden tremor that threatened to split the ground asunder. "Stay focused." We pressed on, the shadows clinging to us like old friends turned bitter rivals. Each step was a trial, each whisper a taunt. Figures loomed at the edges of our vision, ghosts of our past, taunting us with their elusive presence. I saw her, my sister, her face hauntingly beautiful yet twisted with sorrow. "You left me," she whispered, her voice echoing like a mournful dirge. "You abandoned me." "No." I cried out, my voice lost in the void. "I thought I was protecting you." But the truth lay heavy in my chest. I had run, thinking I could escape, thinking I could save her. The darkness curled around me, a suffocating embrace that threatened to crush the very breath from my lungs. And still, within that despair, I felt Ethan's hand, a lifeline tethering me to reality, a reminder that I was not alone in this hell. "Face it, Lila," he said, his voice firm yet laden with tenderness. "You can't run from who you are. You can't run from your past." His words cut through the fog of guilt like a beacon, forcing me to confront the shadows that lurked within. I was flawed, afraid, but still yearning for redemption. It was time to put down the armor I wore, to face the truth that had haunted me for far too long. The path twisted further, each step echoing with the footsteps of those who had come before us, heroes, fools, lost souls. The trials ahead were not just of the body but of the spirit, and we were merely players in a dark ballet, dancing to the rhythm of fate. Then the ground shattered beneath us, and a scream tore from my lips, a primal sound of fear and realization. We were free-falling, plunging into darkness, and the weight of our choices was pressing down, suffocating. And yet, in that moment of sheer terror, I found clarity. I remembered the laughter, the light, the love that had once filled our lives. I remembered what it meant to hope. "Lila?" Ethan's voice cut through the chaos, grounding me in the storm. "Hold on to me." As we fell, I clung to that hope, that fragile thread that connected us both in this harrowing descent. Could we face the darkness and emerge unscathed? Or would we become shadows ourselves, lost in the abyss of what was and what could never be? The answer lay ahead, in the depths of the underworld, where the true trials awaited. The darkness beckoned, and we had no choice but to answer its call. The clock struck 2, and the sound echoed through the empty hallway, reverberating like a gunshot in the stillness. I stood, frozen, heart racing, eyes drawn to the shadows that stretched long and thin across the cold floor. An unbearable silence clung to the air, thick enough to choke on, and I could feel the weight of my thoughts, a suffocating blanket of dread. The world outside was a ghost, shrouded in darkness, yet within me a storm brewed, a tempest of fear and longing that threatened to consume every rational thought. I remember when the silence used to be comforting. Back then, it was a cocoon, a refuge from noise, from people, from judgment. But now, in this moment, it was a monster lurking just out of sight, waiting to pounce. I glanced over at Sarah, her face pale, eyes wide, reflecting the same terror that clawed at my insides. She was my anchor, my lighthouse in the storm, but how could she guide me when she too was lost in the labyrinth of her own fears? "It's too quiet, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice breaking the stillness like glass shattering on concrete. Her words hung in the air, more a statement of the obvious than a question. I nodded, unable to find my voice, feeling the tremor in my legs, the way they threatened to buckle beneath me. The silence wasn't just quiet, it was ominous. It was the silence of the unseen, the kind that made you question what lurked in the shadows, the fear of the silent god, a deity that allowed chaos to reign while remaining indifferent, watching from the void. Across the room, Josh sat hunched over, his hands gripping the table like it was a lifeline. He was always the logical one, the one who tried to reason with the irrational, but even he couldn't escape the clutches of this eerie stillness. "Maybe we should just go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but it was a lifeline that felt like a noose tightening around my throat. I could see the flicker of panic in his eyes, the shadows of doubt creeping into his mind. "No," I replied, the word escaping my lips with a force that surprised me. "We can't just leave." Why I felt that way, I couldn't quite articulate. Maybe it was the fear of the unknown that gripped me, or perhaps it was that something in this silence compelled me to stay, to confront what lurked in the void. My heart raced with a mix of adrenaline and dread, a cocktail that made every nerve in my body sing with awareness. The memories flooded back, moments that felt like echoes of a life I barely recognized. I remembered the night we came here, the thrill of adventure coursing through our veins, how we'd laughed and joked, the world feeling limitless. But now, that sense of freedom felt like a cruel joke. We were trapped, not just in this room but within our own spiraling thoughts, each one flaying our psyche open, exposing raw flesh to the chill of reality. I looked at Sarah again, her lips trembled, and I could see the unshed tears glistening in her eyes. "What if it's true?" she asked, and there was a weight in her voice, a burden too heavy to bear. "What if we're being watched?" The words hung in the air, heavy with implications. I could sense the tendrils of fear wrapping around us, squeezing tighter with each second that passed. Josh's face paled further, and I could see the gears turning in his mind, each thought a flickering candle in a storm. He was battling his own demons, wrestling with the invisible. "There's nothing out there," he muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. The shadows danced around us, mocking his bravado, whispering secrets we couldn't decipher. I wanted to reach out, to reassure him, to pull him back from the brink of despair that threatened to swallow him whole. "We can't let fear control us," I said, though my own conviction was shaky at best. But the truth was, fear had become a constant companion, and it whispered lies that gnawed at my sanity. What if there was something beyond the veil of silence? What if judgment awaited us, lurking in the dark corners of our minds, ready to pounce when we least expected? The clock ticked again, each heartbeat in the room syncing with the relentless rhythm of time, each tick a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. I felt the tension pulse through the air like electricity, and with it came the overwhelming urge to flee, to run away from this suffocating darkness. But where could we go? The world outside was just as silent, just as daunting. Then, without warning, the lights flickered, and for a moment, the shadows splintered, shapes twisting and contorting into figures that danced just beyond our grasp. I gasped, my heart pounding, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the walls closing in, a visceral reminder of how small we truly are in the grand scheme of things, a mere flicker in a universe governed by forces far beyond our comprehension. "Do you see that?" Sarah pointed, her voice trembling as she stared into the blackness. I followed her gaze, and there it was, something stirring in the darkness, a silhouette, a whisper of movement that sent ice-cold fingers racing down my spine. I remember the stories we shared, the fears we laughed off. But this was no longer a joke. This was judgment, raw and unyielding, the fear of the silent God incarnate. In that moment, I knew we had to confront it. We had to face our own darkness, the things we buried deep within, the judgments we cast upon ourselves and one another, the quiet despair that threatened to drown us in uncertainty. In that instant, I felt something shift. The air crackled with energy, and though fear gnawed at my essence, there was also a flicker of resolve. We were standing at the edge of a precipice, teetering between light and shadow, between courage and cowardice. And like the clock ticking ominously in the background, I could feel time slipping away, the moment drawing closer when we would have to confront our demons, the invisible judgment waiting just outside our reach. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a fragile web of fear, love, and the haunting echoes of the silent God. The shadows thickened, and the air grew heavy with anticipation, the silence itself becoming a palpable force, ready to reveal the truth we so desperately sought to hide. The wind howled like a wounded beast, carrying whispers of forgotten prayers through the jagged streets of the city. In the dark underbelly of the night, shadows danced along the crumbling brick walls, where the flickering neon signs buzzed like restless spirits. I remember the first time I met her. Marisol stood on the corner of 7th and Elm, her silhouette stark against the glowing backdrop of the Underworld's allure. A cigarette hung loosely from her lips, smoke curling like tendrils of lost dreams. She had an aura that drew in the broken-hearted, the seekers, the lost souls yearning for connection. But it was the way her green eyes glinted with mischief, like emeralds hidden in the night's chaos, that chilled me to the bone. I felt a pull, magnetic and terrifying, as if the very essence of the underworld god whispered through her laughter. "Can you feel it?" she said, her voice low and melodic, laced with a danger that made my heart race. The pulse of the city, the rhythm of the damned. We're all caught in its web, you know. I remember nodding, though I didn't entirely understand. My life was a series of mundane routines, a soul trapped in the ticking clock of mediocrity. But standing there, next to Marisol, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down on me. The flicker of uncertainty ignited a longing deep within. Across the street, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadow. He was a man burdened by secrets, a haunted soul named Eli. He stumbled out of the bar, reeking of whiskey and regret, his hand shaking as he fumbled for his phone. Eli had lost everything, his job, his family, his will to live, and now he sought solace in the bottle, drowning his sorrows in the depths of liquor and despair. I had watched him, the way he drifted through life like a ghost, searching for something he couldn't name. Marisol and I were drawn together by threads of fate, but Eli was drawn to us by something darker, something that tugged at the edges of his sanity. "You think you can find peace in the shadows?" he shouted, his voice raw with desperation. "You think the underworld god will save you?" I remembered the way Marisol's laughter echoed against the cold pavement. "Save us," she responded, her gaze piercing through the fog of Eli's turmoil. "No, darling. We save ourselves, or we drown in the currents." In that moment, I felt the weight of her words, heavy and profound, like stones dropped into the depths of a still lake, causing ripples that would reach the very corners of our souls. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that felt like the calm before a storm. Eli's eyes flashed with anger, desperation sparking in the dark recesses of his mind. "You're toying with forces you don't understand." His voice trembled, cracking like ice underfoot. "The underworld has its price, and it's not something you can pay with your soul." I watched as Marisol stepped closer, her confidence a shield against the chaos brewing inside Eli. "You don't know what you're talking about," she said, her voice unwavering. "We're not afraid of the dark. We're the ones who dance with it." I felt my heart race, caught in the crossfire of their emotional battle. The silence in the streets hung heavy, every pedal stroke of the night echoing like the ticking of a clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. Eli's face twisted in anguish, memories of his past clawing at the edges of his mind, conjuring haunting images of lost love and fractured dreams. "Dancing with demons won't save you," he shouted, and I could see the trembling hands of a man on the brink of collapse, a soul tormented by regrets that bled through every hollow laugh and drunken stumble. "You think you're invincible, but the underworld will swallow you whole." Marisol flicked her cigarette into the gutter, the ember glowing like a dying star. "Maybe it will, Eli. But at least we'll know how it feels to truly live, even for a moment. Can you say the same?" The words hung between us, a bridge between fear and freedom, and I felt the sharp bite of truth cut through the air. I wanted to scream, to reach out and touch the rawness of our shared agony, to understand the dance of shadows entwined in our fates. But the deeper I peered into their eyes, the more I felt the cosmos shifting around us, as if we were all mere puppets tied to strings spun from the underworld's very essence. Eli's gaze faltered, crumbling under the weight of unspoken words. "You think you're free," he whispered, a tremor of vulnerability creeping into his voice. "You're just as trapped as I am." I could feel the tremors of his despair reverberate in my own heart. We were all adrift in this sea of sorrow, navigating the treacherous waters of modern existence, haunted by dreams that slipped through our grasp like grains of sand. Then let's break the chains, Marisol said, her voice fierce, a declaration of war against the very essence of our fears. Let's confront the darkness together. You and me, Eli. We'll either find the light, or we'll face the abyss. As the words left her lips, I felt the world shift beneath our feet, a palpable energy surged through the air, igniting the very fabric of our being. A silent agreement passed between us. Together we would face the shadows, together we would confront the underworld god, and together we would either transcend or fall. The night held its breath, the city pulsing with an unseen heartbeat, and I realized for the first time that we were not merely subject to our fates. We could reach into the cosmos, touch the stars, and demand our place among them. But would we have the courage to confront whatever lay waiting in the darkness? I remember the moment the final echo of our collective emotion reverberated, and I felt the shadows tightening around us, like fingers ready to pull us into the depths. It was then, in that split second of uncertainty, that I understood this was not just a struggle against despair, but an awakening, a reminder of the power we held over our own souls, even when faced with the chilling embrace of the unknown. And as we stood on that precipice, the darkness beckoning with a sinister smile, I knew one thing for certain: our journey had only just begun. The clock was ticking, each second a drumbeat of impending doom. In the dim light of the abandoned warehouse, shadows twisted into grotesque shapes, whispering secrets of betrayal and regret. I stood at the edge of the flickering light, breath shallow, heart hammering in my chest like a frightened bird. It was here, in this desolate mausoleum of dreams, that I felt judgment closing in, a noose tightening around my neck, squeezing the life from me. Lila? A voice erupted from the darkness, raw and frantic. It was Jake, my brother, a specter of desperation. His eyes, usually bright and mischief-laden, were now pools of terror. We have to go. Now. Memories rushed through me like a flood, our childhood, wild and reckless, chasing fireflies under the gaze of 1,000 stars. I wanted to lose myself in those moments, but the weight of the present clawed at my throat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Judgment was a monster, and it had found us. Lila? Jake's voice was a lifeline, pulling me from the depths of my spiraling thoughts. His hand shook, and I realized he was holding something, a crumpled photograph, edges worn and frayed, a ghost of our past. Look! I took the photo, the image of our mother smiling, carefree in a summer dress, sunflowers around her like a halo. Just then, I could almost hear her laughter echoing through the years, but the laughter faded, replaced by a chilling silence. How did we end up like this? Haunted by choices that felt like shadows stretching toward us, demanding repentance. Do you remember the summer we? Jake began, but I cut him off. No, not now. We need to leave. My voice was sharp, cutting through the memory like a knife. I felt the familiar ache of love and resentment intertwining in my chest, a dance of conflicting emotions. But Jake wouldn't let go. Lila, if we leave now, we'll never face what we've done. We can't run forever. His words struck me like a thunderbolt. There it was again, the echo of judgment, reverberating through the recesses of my mind. I remembered the night everything changed, the night our choices turned into shackles. I remembered the screams, and the silence that followed. The weight of that silence suffocated me. In the corner of the warehouse, a beam of moonlight cut through the gloom, illuminating a pile of broken crates. I could see the dust mote swirling in the air, suspended in time. This place, so steeped in despair, felt like purgatory, caught between the sins of our past and the uncertain future ahead. Maybe this is where our ghosts come to rest, I murmured, half to myself, half to Jake. What? He hadn't heard me. He was pacing, his hands running through his hair, the very picture of anguish. I said, maybe they're waiting for us to confront them. The words spilled out before I could hold them back, raw and jagged as glass. He stopped, staring at me, eyes wide. You want to confront them? Here? Are you insane? I felt a surge of resolve wash over me, a fire igniting in my veins. No, Jake. I want to escape judgment. I want to be free. Outside, The wind howled like a wounded animal, and for a moment, I thought I could hear the ghosts of our past mingling with it. The laughter, the shouts, the sirens, fading, rising, fading. But the truth was there, lurking beneath the surface. We had sealed our fate long ago. I didn't need to escape the warehouse. I needed to confront the shadows that lived within me. Jake's voice broke through my thoughts, a tremor of fear beneath his bravado. They'll come for us, Lila. They'll never let us go. Let them come. The words fell from my lips like a challenge. I could feel the ghosts swirling, coalescing into a mass of unfulfilled dreams and broken promises. Let them come. And just like that, a silence enveloped us, thick and heavy, an expectation hanging in the air. I could feel the moisture on my skin, the pulse of the world outside thrumming in time with my heartbeat. Then, suddenly, the door slammed open, and the darkness flooded in, figures cloaked in shadows, faces obscured, eyes glinting with judgment, reminiscent of our past mistakes. There was no escape now. Lila? Run! Jake's voice cut through my paralysis, and I instinctively took a step back, the realization crashing over me. We had to stand our ground. What do you want? I shouted, voice trembling but fierce. I could see their mouths moving, words whispered, accusations and truths mingling in the air. What do you think we want? A shadow answered, voice dripping with disdain. You've been running long enough. I felt Jake's hand gripping my wrist, the warmth of his skin grounding me as the shadows closed in. The weight of their judgment pressed against my chest, but deep down, I felt a flicker of defiance ignite within me. Let's make a deal, I said, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. If you think you can keep us here, trapped by our past, we'll show you. The room buzzed with tension, every breath thick with the promise of confrontation. I glanced at Jake, uncertainty etched on his face, but the fire in my heart refused to flicker out. Together, he asked, a whisper. Always. And with those words, we stepped forward into the darkness, ready to face the ghosts of our past, ready to rewrite our story. Our breaths mingled in the stale air as the shadows loomed, but we wouldn't be bound by fear any longer. Time was a loose thread, unraveling in the chaos of now, and judgment would find no home here. The world outside still spun on, the stars still shone brightly over the chaos, and in that moment, I knew our redemption was not beyond reach. We would escape judgment, not just from others, but from ourselves. And we would do it together. The air was thick, like molasses, clinging to the skin. Shadows danced across the crumbling walls of the alley, a ballet of darkness that whispered secrets to anyone willing to listen. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, my breath shallow and quick, each exhale a fragile whisper lost in the oppressive silence. The world felt like it was teetering on the edge, and I was perched right there, waiting for something to break. Do you feel that? Clara's voice cut through the tension, trembling yet fierce, her eyes wide as if the very essence of dread had settled behind her gaze. I turned to her, searching for something, anything to anchor us both. She was always the brave one, the fire to my flickering candle. But tonight, her light seemed dim, flickering like a dying star. I remember, I began, but the memory slipped away like smoke through my fingers. Memories, they always felt slippery in the underworld, like trying to grasp hold of water. I remembered the stories we were told, the tales of the underworld god, a figure cloaked in shadows, his existence defined by the delicate balance of karma. Everyone paid for their sins, and no one escaped his grasp. Stop it, she snapped, pulling me from my reverie. This isn't the time for stories. But it was. The stories were all we had left. They were our lifeline in a city that had forgotten the warmth of the sun. I looked at Clara, and I saw the seams of her resolve begin to fray. She had lost so much, family, friends, her faith. All that remained was the burning desire for revenge, raw and unyielding. I can't just stand here, she said, her voice a low growl. We need to confront him. Now. A chill shot through me. Confront the underworld god? The name alone sent shivers down my spine, like ice water coursing through my veins. The stories warned us, he would twist the very fabric of your soul, binding you to a fate worse than death. Yet, in the heart of that fear, a spark of defiance ignited. "I remember," I whispered again, this time clenching my fists. Memories of laughter and warmth, of those who'd fallen to the shadows, flooded my mind. But they were dulled, muted, as if draped in fog. "We can't let him win." A crack thundered through the silence, echoing in the alley. We flinched, instinctively drawing closer together, searching for comfort in the chaos. It was a reminder of the stakes, the heavy burden of our choices, the karma that weighed down our souls like anchors dragging us into the abyss. And then there was Marcus, stumbling into the scene, disheveled and wild-eyed. He had always been the joker, the one who laughed in the face of darkness, yet now his laughter was hollow, echoing like a distant memory. The underworld had changed him, or perhaps it was the weight of the decisions he couldn't shake off. "Clara," he gasped, his breath ragged. "He knows." A chill settled over us, a wave of recognition washing ashore. The underworld god had eyes everywhere, ears that listened even in the silence. He was omnipresent, lurking in the shadows, feasting on our fears and regrets, like a ghost haunting its own grave. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Face him," Clara said, her resolve solidifying, turning to steel. "It's the only way to reclaim what's ours." But what was ours? Pain? Loss? A future built on the ashes of our mistakes? I looked into her eyes, searching for the brave girl I once knew, and found only the embers of rage flickering in her gaze. "What if we can't?" Marcus's voice trembled, uncertainty flooding the air. "What if we're swallowed whole?" I felt the weight of their despair pressing down on me, like a leaden cloak. I remember, the words faltered on my lips, but I pressed on, channeling the desperation coursing through me. "We forged our paths, didn't we? We chose this fight." And yet, as the shadows thickened, I wondered if choice was an illusion. How many had taken a step into the darkness, believing they were choosing their fate, only to find themselves bound by invisible chains? The ground rumbled beneath our feet, a mocking reminder that time was slipping away. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a heartbeat echoing in the abyss. "We have to go," I urged, my voice breaking the tension, but uncertainty lingered like an unwelcome guest. "Then let's confront the devil," Clara spat, her spirit igniting like a wildfire. "He doesn't scare me." But fear isn't just an emotion, it's a visceral, crawling terror that binds the heart. It lurked beneath our bravado, gnawing at us, and I felt its claws digging in, dragging me down. We were stepping into a storm, led by two flawed souls unwilling to turn back. As we moved deeper into the alley, shadows loomed, stretching and curling like fingers reaching for our throats. I could hear the whispers of the damned, faint echoes of lost souls trapped between worlds. Their voices were a haunting melody, filled with regret and longing, a reminder of what awaited us should we falter. I could feel the universe holding its breath, a cosmic pause before the impending clash. We were not just facing the underworld god, we were confronting the very essence of karma itself, a force that demanded balance, that demanded payment for every action taken. "Enough," Clara's voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, shattering the silence. "We are not pawns in his game." But the game had already begun. In that moment, I understood, our choices, our pasts, they were not just ours to own. They were threads woven into the fabric of something far greater, something vast and incomprehensible. We were players in a cosmic dance, and the stakes were our very souls. "Together?" I asked, my voice trembling. I felt their eyes on me, the weight of their hope and despair intermingling. "Together," they echoed back, a fragile promise, a tether binding us as we stepped into the dark, the shadows closing in around us like a shroud. The air crackled with tension, and with every breath, the weight of our choices pressed down harder, an anchor pulling us toward the depths. And as we took that final step forward, the shadows merged into one, a swirling mass that beckoned, promising both doom and salvation. We were not just stepping into the underworld, we were stepping into ourselves, into the raw, jagged edges of our humanity, ready to confront the terror that awaited us in the dark. The air thickens with tension, as if the very fabric of reality trembles, caught in the throes of an unseen storm. A distant wail echoes, clawing its way through the shadows, curling around the souls trapped in that forsaken place, a realm of darkness, where dreams twist into nightmares, and laughter hangs like a noose. I'm standing there, no, I'm trapped. My heartbeat races, a frantic drum in the silence, each pulse resonating with the fear that gnaws at my insides. I can feel it, the weight of betrayal, the stench of blood. Chloe stands beside me, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the flickering shadows that dance like specters against the stone walls. She's always been the brave one, the one who faces monsters with a quip and a wink. But here, in this underworld, her humor feels fragile, crumbling beneath the weight of the unspeakable. I thought they were just stories, she whispers, voice trembling, tales meant to scare us into behaving. Her laughter feels hollow, echoing in the cavernous space, as if the walls themselves mock her naivety. To my left, Marcus shifts uneasily. He's the one who used to take comfort in the certainty of right and wrong, a moral compass spinning wildly now in this abyss of twisted justice. We shouldn't be here, he murmurs, each syllable heavy with dread. I can see it, the conflict written across his face, the struggle between the man he wishes to be and the one that reality forces him to confront. If we leave now, but we both know there's no leaving. Not until the scales are balanced, not until the debts are paid. A dim light fractures the darkness, illuminating a procession of souls, each one shackled by their pasts. They shuffle forward, faces etched in despair, eyes void of hope. I remember their stories, the greed that consumed them, the lies that suffocated them. A man who had everything, who built his empire on suffering, now drags his feet in chains, the burden of his own making. I remember the way he laughed at the weak, how he reveled in his power as if invincible. Now, he is but a shadow, a ghost of his former self. Chloe's hand grips my arm, knuckles white, as we watch them pass. What if we're next, she breathes, the fear palpable in her voice. It coils around us, a living thing. I steal a glance at her, trying to find the brave girl I knew, the one who convinced me that life was more than a series of morbid tales. We won't let it happen, I say, but my voice wavers, a thin thread against the weight of despair. The air grows heavier, thick like molasses, clinging to our skin, wrapping around our throats. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a spectral judge with eyes that gleam like coals. You have come to witness, it hisses, voice a serpent slither. You will see the punishment. You will understand the reward. The words wrap around us, binding us to this moment, to this harrowing fate that feels inevitable. Punishment and reward, I whisper, tasting the bitterness on my tongue. It's a twisted dichotomy, an endless cycle. Chloe's breath quickens, and I can see the flicker of defiance in her eyes. I refuse to accept this, she says, her voice rising, fierce as fire, a spark in the encroaching darkness. We all have the power to change. But the shadows seem to laugh at her, a chorus of malice swirling around us. And then, with a suddenness that steals my breath, the scene shifts before us. A glimmering field appears, bathed in light, a stark contrast to the void we inhabit. Souls bathed in golden rays, their faces aglow, laughter ringing like bells, dancing in joyous abandon. They have found their reward, redemption after suffering. But it feels wrong, too easy. What did they do? I murmur, my heart heavy with the weight of the unseen costs. What sacrifices led them here? The spectre shifts closer, its breath a chilling whisper. Some learned through loss, others through sacrifice. Not all rewards are given freely. Shadows shift behind it, a reminder that joy often comes dressed in sorrow's garments. I want to turn away, to shield my heart from the truths that claw at the edges of my consciousness, but I can't. I'm anchored here, caught in a web of destiny woven with threads of human frailty. Marcus's voice breaks through the silence, raw and fractured. But what if we had a chance to change our own stories? What if we could rewrite our endings? His words hang heavy in the air, a fragile hope flickering amidst despair. Tell me it's possible. The spectre tilts its head, as if considering him, and I can feel the weight of his desperation. To change is to risk punishment, it whispers, but the reward is worth the threat. Chloe's fingers dig into my skin, a plea for strength, for courage. I won't let my story end here. I have too much to fight for. I see her resolve, a beacon in the darkness. We're standing at the precipice, and I can feel the ground shifting beneath us, the scales of fate teetering. The clash of hope and despair reverberates through me, a symphony of emotions that threatens to overwhelm. But then, a flash, a crack of energy that snaps through the air, and suddenly, the ground shakes. I stagger, the world around me spinning as chaos erupts. Souls scream, the sound echoing like shattered glass. I grasp Chloe's hand tighter, our connection anchoring me as the darkness swirls. We have to face it, I shout over the cacophony. Whatever it is, we have to confront it together. And as the shadows converge, I feel the weight of the moment pressing down, a reminder that every choice leads to a consequence, every action to a reaction. The line between punishment and reward blurs, twisting into a tapestry of human emotion that binds us all. It's a cycle, a relentless spiral of pain and joy, loss and redemption, forever in motion. The trembling earth beneath us holds the promise of change, a chance to reclaim our narratives, even as the darkness threatens to consume. I can hear the shadows whispering, the echoes of our pasts intertwining with our futures. Here, in this place, we find the truth, I shout, voice ringing out, defiant against the approaching storm. Here, we rewrite our stories. In that moment, the shadows press in, fierce and insatiable, but I stand, no, we stand, together, clutching the flickering ember of hope. The stakes are high, and the shadows are hungry for our despair, but also for our defiance. In the depths of our fears, we find our strength, and the battle between punishment and reward rages on, unending, a haunting refrain that reverberates through the very core of our being. The clock struck midnight, a sound that echoed through the empty streets like a gunshot in the silence. The moon hung low and heavy, its pale light spilling over the cobblestones, illuminating more than just the path, revealing shadows of choice and consequence, of predestined fate and the agonizing weight of free will. I stood on the corner, heart pounding, the air thick with the smell of rain-soaked earth and something darker, an ominous foreboding that gripped my throat like a vice. A figure emerged, drenched in shadows, face obscured, but I recognized him, the weight of his choices pressed down on him like a shroud. Jacob, my brother, stood before me, his eyes wild, flickering with a tempest of fear and defiance. "It's too late," he gasped, breathless and broken, "they'll judge us both." His words hung heavy, each syllable a dagger, twisting deeper into my gut. I felt it, the inevitability of judgment creeping closer, an insatiable beast hungry for our souls. I remember the nights we laughed beneath the stars, the firelight dancing on our faces, the world feeling infinite. What if we could change it all? I had asked once, youthful and foolish, but now that question echoed back to me, mocking, taunting. Fate was a merciless predator, and here we were, two desperate souls tangled in its web. Fate chose for us long before we were born. Jacob's voice trembled, a chilling certainty lacing his words. Every step we took, every moment we hesitated, it was all mapped out. But free will, his eyes glinted, fierce and defiant, free will gives us the illusion of choice. It's a cruel joke. I could see the ghosts of our past swirling around us, remnants of decisions made, paths chosen. Each one a whisper, a choice leading to another. But what if we can break the cycle? I asked, an ember of hope igniting in my chest, but I could feel the weight of doubt pressing down on me. The question hung between us, heavy and fraught with tension. Was it possible to rewrite the script, or were we merely actors in a tragic play, bound to repeat our lines until the final curtain? Then there was Clara, caught in the crossfire of our conflict. She stood at the edge of the alley, a spectre of grace amidst the chaos, her heart a fragile thing, torn between loyalty and love. "Jacob, please," she whispered, voice trembling like the leaves that shivered in the wind. "You can't outrun your fate. You can't fight something that's already been written." Her eyes searched his, a desperate plea wrapped in vulnerability. But Jacob's fury ignited, a wildfire consuming all logic. "Then what was the point of it all, Clara? If we're nothing but puppets on strings, why even try?" His rage shattered the fragile moment, sending shards of tension spiraling into the night. The air crackled with unspoken words, the weight of their shared history pressing down, a suffocating blanket of despair. In that moment, I felt the universe shift, a cosmic alignment of destiny and choice. I remembered the day our mother told us stories of the stars, how they danced across the sky like ancient souls, each a testament to choices made and paths taken. The stars do not dictate your fate, she had said, but illuminate your choices. But now, standing here, the stars felt like indifferent witnesses, watching our plight with cold detachment. "Clara," I said softly, crossing the space between us, "what do you believe?" I needed her voice, the warmth of her conviction to drown out the cacophony of dread spiraling around us. Her gaze flickered, uncertainty shadowing her features, but then she took a breath, steadying herself. "I believe that we are bound by our choices, yes. But I also believe we can rise above them." Her words were a balm, soothing the cracks in my heart, offering a flicker of light. Each decision carves the path we walk, and perhaps we can choose to walk together. The tension hung, electric, a taut string ready to snap. Jacob's anguish was palpable, a storm raging within him, but Clara reached out, her hand brushing against his, a soft tether in the chaos. "We're not alone in this," she whispered, and I could see the walls around Jacob beginning to crack, the fierce storm within him waning beneath the gentleness of her touch. But fate is insidious, always lurking in the shadows, and as if summoned by our fragile hopes, a siren pierced the night, a harbinger of judgment. The sound sent a chill through my bones. It was a reminder of the stakes, of the looming decision that would soon be thrust upon us. The universe was watching, and time, that relentless march of seconds, was slipping away. The three of us stood there, a trio on the brink of destiny, hearts pounding in unison, caught in the tide between fate and the choices that felt impossibly grand. Jacob's breath hitched, his resolve faltering as he glanced at Clara, then back to me. "Maybe we can fight," he murmured, the words laced with doubt and yearning. "Maybe we can find our way back to the stars." "I remember," I whispered, fingers trembling, "the stories of the stars." My voice was raw, a plea against the relentless pull of despair. "We can choose to rewrite our fate. We can choose to fight for the light." As the siren wailed again, closer now, I felt the pulse of the universe around us, vibrating with the weight of every decision ever made. It was both a curse and a blessing, to be human, to feel the agony of choice, to battle against the tides of fate. I reached for them both, hands clasped tightly together, a lifeline in the storm. The clock ticked on, each second a heartbeat, each breath a moment of choice. And as the shadows closed in, we stood together, three souls entwined in a dance of fate and free will, the echoes of our past swirling around us like a dark cloud, but within us, a flicker of defiance, a whispered promise of rebellion against inevitability. The night was far from over, it had only just begun. The moon hung like a silver coin in the velvet sky, a cold witness to the chaos that unfolded beneath it. Shadows danced in the alleys, stretching and contorting, whispering secrets of an ancient power. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. This night was alive, it crackled with a tension that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was the kind of night that felt like a curse and a promise all at once. A scream pierced the air, raw and guttural, echoing off the damp cobblestones. I remembered the stories of the Underworld, how it breathed and pulsed like a living thing, harboring female deities whose very existence twisted the fabric of life and death. I remember the tales of Moria, the goddess of the Underworld. Her beauty was fierce, her heart a tempest of emotions, she embodied the agony of lost souls yet held the power to reclaim them. But tonight, she felt far away, a distant star flickering as the darkness closed in. I saw Anna first, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of a single lantern. Once unbreakable, she now trembled, eyes wide with terror as she clutched a dagger, its blade glinting like the last remnants of hope. "They're coming," she cried, voice laced with desperation. She was my best friend, my anchor, but in this moment, she was unraveling, the weight of fear breaking her apart. "They'll take us. Just like they took her." Her words stabbed through me, igniting a surge of memories, night after night spent recounting the stories of women wronged, forgotten, sacrificed on altars of power. Moria, standing beside her sister deities, her presence a reminder of the strength that lay dormant within us. but strength felt elusive now, like smoke slipping through our fingers. And then there was Lena, wild and reckless, her laughter ringing like a bell. "This is just a game," she shouted, her voice slicing through the thickening dread. But there was a tremor in her bravado, a quiver of uncertainty. Her eyes flickered with shadows, haunted by a truth she could not yet articulate. Lena was the spark, the fire that ignited our dreams, but even she could not mask the dread that coiled around us like a serpent. The shadows thickened, twisting into grotesque forms. I could feel their cold breath on my neck, could taste the iron tang of fear in the air. In a world built on the backs of women, the underworld was a reprieve, a sanctuary, yet also a prison for those who dared to defy. I remember the stories, the sighs and whispers of the past. Moria's sighs echoed in my mind. She had fought for her place in a world that sought to silence her, a world where female deities turned to darkness, wielding their power with the grace of a ballet dancer yet the ferocity of a lioness. But we were no goddesses, we were mere mortals, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper as the shadows crept closer, their presence suffocating. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us, a relentless tide that threatened to pull us under. "Fight!" Anna spat, her eyes fierce, glinting with a defiance that carved through the darkness. "Fight like Moria would." The words hung in the air, heavy with a legacy that spurred our souls to awaken. "We can't let them take us. We're not their sacrifices." The ground quaked beneath us, the city was alive, filled with memories of women who had clawed their way through the underworld, their spirits rising like smoke from a burning pyre. I could almost hear them, a chorus of voices that echoed across time, summoning us, urging us to rise from the ashes. Lena stepped forward, her dagger raised as if it were a beacon of light. "We're not afraid," she shouted, her voice a battle cry that shattered the silence. Her defiance ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. I remembered the tales of the powerful goddesses, their laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, their strength unwavering. But here, in the throes of our own crisis, that strength felt distant, like a ghost flitting just out of reach. I glanced at Anna, her gaze fierce yet tinged with fear, and at Lena, whose bravado danced on the edge of despair. We were all flawed, misfits in a world that demanded perfection. Yet, in our imperfection, in our shared vulnerability, we found a bond that transcended fear. Together, I breathed, the word a fragile promise, a whisper of power that hung in the air. "We fight together." And in that moment, the shadows paused, as if the universe held its breath. We were standing on the precipice of something greater, a reckoning that demanded not just our strength but our belief in one another. The underworld was not just a place of despair, it was also a realm of resilience, a testament to the power of women who had carved their names into the fabric of time. As the night deepened, the darkness swirled around us, threatening to engulf our resolve. But we stood firm, hearts pounding in unison, drawing strength from the stories of the female deities who had come before us. "For Moria," I whispered, my voice trembling yet resolute. "For Moria," echoed Anna and Lena, a haunting chant that reverberated through the air, summoning the spirits of our ancestors. And as we stepped into the shadows, armed with our truth and our fury, the underworld trembled, waiting to see what we would become. In the silence that followed, the air crackled with potential, a storm brewing on the horizon. We were not yet heroes, but we were women who refused to be silenced. And as we moved toward the looming confrontation, I could feel it, the pulse of the underworld thrumming in sync with our hearts, ready to unleash the fury of female deities. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the desolate streets, a sound that seemed to slice through the heavy silence like a blade. Shadows danced. The air thickened, alive with an electric pulse, an unseen promise woven into the darkness. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast desperate to escape. Around me, the world was both familiar and foreign. I remember the chill of the night, the flash of headlights illuminating ghostly figures as they flickered in and out of existence. I remember the smell, smoky, damp, like earth freshly turned. A city cradled in twilight, secrets buried beneath layers of asphalt and dreams. This was not just a city, it was a doorway, a bridge between our lives and the underworld, a shadowy realm stitched together by hopes, fears, and unspoken regrets. Then there was Sarah. I can still see her hazel eyes glinting, shimmering with a mix of determination and despair as she faced her demons. She was a warrior caught in the middle of a fight she didn't choose, her heart a battlefield scarred by loss. "What if it's too late?" she whispered, her voice tremulous, barely rising above the hum of the city. I held her gaze, feeling the weight of her words. We were standing on the precipice of something immense, and she was teetering on the edge, longing for the courage to jump into the abyss. Next to her was Michael, the riddle of a man with a past tattooed on his skin, each mark a story of survival. He carried the ghosts of his choices like shadows that clung to him, heavy and relentless. Every time he opened his mouth to speak, I felt the haunting echoes of his regret shimmer in the air. "You don't understand," he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "I can't go back. Not now." His eyes flickered like candle flames in a storm, revealing a heart that had loved and lost too many times to count. Together, they were pulled into the undercurrent of a world where morality blurred, and the line between the living and the dead was razor thin. I could see it in their faces, their beautiful, broken faces filled with unuttered fears and silent screams. The ethereal glow of neon lights painted their features in stark contrast, illuminating the specter of their hopes against the relentless darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. As we hurried down alleyways that felt both inviting and sinister, I caught snippets of their conversations, a haunting melody weaving through the night. "What if we could talk to them?" Sarah mused, her voice filled with a fervent longing I couldn't ignore. "What if we could ask them why?" Each word was a thread, pulling me deeper into their collective heartache. They were searching for answers, desperate to connect with those who had slipped away, to unearth the truths buried beneath layers of silence. But the underworld wasn't a place of solace. It was a cauldron of contradictions, simmering with unfulfilled desires and restless spirits. The air vibrated with emotion as we navigated through the labyrinth of the city, where every corner held whispers of the past, echoes of lives once pulsating with laughter, now reduced to mere shadows flickering behind glass. I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, a tangible force that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I remember the flicker of a neon sign, "Lost Souls," casting an eerie glow that felt like an invitation and a warning all at once. It was here, at the edge of this forgotten bar, that our paths would converge, spiraling into a confrontation that would shake the ground beneath our feet. Michael stepped forward, his jaw clenched, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. "I'll find them," he declared, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. "I'll bring them back." But the underworld was not a kind mistress. It demanded sacrifices, and the toll was steep. I felt the tremor in the air, the shift that hinted at something darker lurking just beyond our reach, waiting to pounce. Sarah's hand gripped mine, nails digging into my flesh, grounding me amid the chaos swelling around us. "We can't lose ourselves," she warned, her voice a tightrope of hope and fear. "We have to remember who we are." The ghosts of their pasts danced around us like shadows, weaving in and out of the soft glow of the streetlights, their whispers clawing at our sanity. I could feel our collective pulse quicken, a heartbeat syncopated with the rhythm of the night. A gnarled tree loomed ahead, its branches twisted and contorted, a spectral figure standing sentinel over the secrets buried in the earth. It felt like an omen, the wind rustling through the leaves, echoing the fragility of our resolve. Michael's voice shattered the silence. "It's time." The words hung heavy in the air, thick with anticipation. I could feel the tremor in his words, the weight of what was to come pressing down on all of us. The underworld was calling, beckoning us to confront our fears, to wrestle with our ghosts. Each step forward pulled us deeper into the void, a chasm of emotion where pain and longing entwined like ivy choking a forgotten statue. Suddenly, the world around us shifted. Time warped, each heartbeat echoing with the crashing waves of our emotions, a cacophony that mirrored the storm brewing inside. Shadows began to loom larger, and the city felt alive, alive with eyes watching, souls waiting for their stories to be told. I could sense the inevitability of it all, the climax that loomed just out of sight, a tidal wave ready to crash over us, dragging us into the depths of despair or the heights of hope. The underworld in popular culture, this was more than a genre, it was a mirror held up to our own lives, reflecting our struggles and triumphs, our fears and dreams. It was labyrinthine, complex, filled with characters like Sarah and Michael who wrestled with their own darkness. Their journey was not just theirs, it was ours, an unending cycle of loss, hope, and the desperate need to understand the shadows that lurked within us all. With every step, I felt the tension mount, the air crackling with the promise of confrontation. We were spiraling toward something inevitable, a moment that would change everything. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of the truth that loomed just beyond the horizon, ready to shatter the night with its brilliance or its devastation. And so, we pressed on, deeper into the abyss, toward the underworld that pulsed with life and death, love and despair, a place where our stories would entwine in a dance as ancient as time itself, forever calling us back, forever echoing in the darkness. The clock ticked ominously, its shrill chime echoing through the damp corridors of the castle, each clang a reminder of decisions made, lives altered, and judgments cast. I stood in the shadows, heart thrumming like a war drum. The air was thick with fear, the kind that clings to your skin and suffocates your thoughts. The flickering torchlight danced on the stone walls, revealing a tapestry of stories, tales of betrayal, virtue, and unearthly judgment woven into every thread. I remember the moment when everything unraveled. Elara stood at the center of the great hall, her eyes ablaze with defiance, a spark in the smoldering ashes of her family's legacy. "This ends tonight," she cried, voice rising above the murmurs, the whispers that slithered through the room like serpents. I felt the weight of her words crush me, heart clenching painfully at the thought of all that hung in the balance, her world, her soul, and mine, too. Across the chamber, Lord Cedric, the very embodiment of tradition and power, contorted his face into a mask of disdain. His fingers, curled around a goblet of wine, trembled, not from fear but from the dread of losing control. His life, ruled by judgments that had shaped kingdoms, hung by a thread. "You dare challenge the very essence of our existence," he barked, and the sound reverberated like thunder, shaking the rafters above. I remember gazing at Elara, wickedly beautiful yet deeply flawed, a tempest contained within porcelain skin. She had loved fiercely, craved justice in a world drowning in the muck of hypocrisy. Yet her righteousness stung, a thorn embedded in the tangled web of her soul. The shadows whispered secrets, and I could hear them, echoes of lost dreams, twisted by the weight of preconceived notions. Night cloaked the castle, and the glow of torches illuminated the flicker of doubt in Cedric's eyes. His entire life had been an exercise in judgment, ruling over his subjects as if their lives were pieces on a chessboard. I could feel the tension crackle, the air thick with the promise of confrontation. Cedric, a giant of a man, had crumbled under the weight of his own decisions, the ghosts of the past clawing at his sanity. "Your idealism blinds you, Elara," Cedric sneered, and I felt the bitterness of his words seep into my bones. "You think you can change the world with your naive notions of justice? You will be crushed beneath the weight of history." I could see the truth in his eyes, a flicker of fear masked beneath arrogance. He knew the stakes, what lay beneath the surface of judgment was sinister and alive. The clock ticked again, each beat a reminder of looming consequences. I slipped further into the shadows, feeling the pull of history wrap around me like a shroud. The ghosts of the past whispered tales of executioners and martyrs, of those who had stood where we stood, hearts pounding in their chests. I remembered the tales of the accused, tossed into dungeons, their fate sealed by the hands of those who believed they held the power to decide right from wrong. The burden of judgment was a heavy cloak, and I could feel it suffocating me. I remember the way Elara's voice trembled, weaving a tapestry of emotion that dripped with raw intensity. "You are the one who will be crushed, Cedric. Your judgments are shackles that bind our people to a past they cannot escape." Her words cut through the tension, sharp as a sword, igniting a fire in the hearts of those assembled. I felt the energy shift, the collective breath held in suspense as the crowd leaned forward, hungry for change. And then it happened. In an instant, Cedric's facade shattered. The veneer of control slipped, revealing a man on the edge, teetering between despair and rage. "You think you can judge me? You don't know what I've sacrificed." His voice cracked, bearing the fragile humanity beneath the armor of authority. I could almost taste his desperation, a bitter ache that resonated with my own fears. I remember the way the silence stretched, suffocating and electric, as Elara stepped closer, her determination radiating like the sun breaking through a storm. Judgment is not just about power, it's about understanding. It's about the stories we tell ourselves and the chains we forge. She reached out, her hand trembling, a plea wrapped in defiance. The crowd stirred, caught in the whirlwind of raw emotion. I felt every heartbeat reverberate through the stone walls, a symphony of despair and hope. Judgment, I realized, was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires, a dance of light and shadow, forever shifting. But beneath the chaos, I sensed something darker, an undercurrent of inevitability. The very fabric of our existence was woven from judgment, a tapestry that rippled through time. I thought of those before us, of emperors and outcasts, of the many who had stood in judgment and been judged in turn. Each decision carved a path through history, echoing through the ages like a haunting refrain. And just as quickly as it began, the moment hung suspended, the world holding its breath, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. I felt the ghosts stir, their whispers growing louder, urging me to remember. I was part of this story, woven into the narrative of judgment that spanned centuries. I remember the darkness creeping in, shadows lengthening as the clock chimed once more, heralding the dawn of decision. The air crackled with tension, a promise of confrontation that would shape our destinies. In that moment, I knew that judgment was not merely a concept, it was a force, a tide that swept through time, leaving chaos in its wake. What would be born from this confrontation, this clash of ideals? Would we rise like the phoenix from the ashes, or would we be swallowed whole by the very judgments we sought to dismantle? The questions hung heavy, lingering like smoke in the air, but one thing was certain, the evolution of judgment had begun, and we were all caught in its relentless tide. The air was thick, cloying, like the breath of the dead whispering around us. I stood in the heart of a city that had once thrived, now a crumbling monument to lost souls, where shadows danced in the flickering streetlight like the ghosts of yesterday. A lone figure, Marco, stumbled into my peripheral vision, his eyes wild, veins pulsing with the urgency of dread. "They're coming for us," he gasped, the words tumbling out like stones rolling down an endless slope. I could feel the weight of his fear, thick and suffocating. My heart raced. There we were, caught in the crosshairs of ancient beliefs and ephemeral realities, the underworld clawing at our heels. I remember the tales passed down through generations, how the Egyptians believed the dead weighed their hearts against a feather, how the Greeks imagined a river of forgetfulness. But here, in this moment, chaos mirrored those myths, blurring the lines between reality and the spectral depths of the unknown. Then there was Lena, her presence both a beacon and a storm. She stood a few feet away, her fingers trembling as she clutched a pendant, a relic of her ancestors, a talisman meant to ward off the evil spirits that lingered just beyond the veil. "We have to go," she pleaded, her voice like a soft, desperate prayer. "If we don't," a shiver ran through her, as if the air itself had become a living entity, threatening to consume us. But Marco wasn't listening, his mind racing through the labyrinth of his fears. "The stories are real. We can't escape them." His voice cracked, raw with the weight of unprocessed grief. "I lost my brother to the shadows, he wandered too far into the night." The anguish in his voice was palpable, almost tangible, hanging heavy in the air like the stench of decay. The city loomed around us, a stone behemoth clutching its secrets. The buildings were grave markers, each window a hollow eye watching our every move. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the laughter, the cries, the whispers of those who had traversed the thin line between life and death. I remember standing there, every heartbeat a countdown, every breath fraught with intensity. This was not just a location, it was a crucible of collective memory, an arena where myths collided with reality, where every street corner could lead to an abyss. "Lena, what do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a murmur against the growing turmoil. The world had narrowed down to this moment, a singularity of fear, love, and the quest for understanding. I wanted her to say something that would banish the shadows, something that would light the way forward. But she was lost in her thoughts, the weight of her heritage pressing down upon her like centuries of dust. "I remember my grandmother's stories," she said suddenly, her eyes glazed over, as if staring into the past. She spoke of a river, a crossing point. You had to confront your ghosts before you could move on. Her voice wavered, the tension in the air thickening. What if we don't confront them? What if we become them? The words hung in the air, heavy and unnerving. I could feel the chills creeping along my spine, a reminder that the fabric of our existence was woven with fear and yearning. Would we be swallowed by the secrets of our past? Would we find ourselves wandering in a landscape of unfulfilled promises and unacknowledged grief? Marco's face contorted in anguish. No. I can't do this. I can't face him again. The floodgates had opened, his pain spilling over, raw and unrelenting. He's in there, don't you understand? My brother, he's waiting for me. Panic surged within me, mingling with a desperate urge to protect him, to shield him from the darkness that loomed beyond our sight. But the stories we told ourselves, the myths that had shaped our understanding of the world, were alive, swirling around us in a vicious dance. I could hear the murmurs of countless cultures, from the Norse with their cold, unforgiving hell, to the vibrant afterlife of the Aztecs, where the bravest warriors were rewarded with eternal glory. But in this moment, it all faded into the background. All that mattered was the searing pain etched on Marco's face, the anguish threading through Lena's fingers. We were trapped in a tableau of fear, longing, and the haunting echoes of our ancestors. The underworld wasn't a distant place, it was here, now, breathing down our necks. We have to go! Lena shouted, breaking through the fog of despair. Her voice was a sudden gust of wind, wild and chaotic. We can't stay here! And then the ground trembled beneath our feet, a rumble that shook the very foundations of our reality. The shadows darted closer, eager to pull us into their depths. I felt my heart race, a drumbeat of urgency punctuating the silence. Time warped around us, each second stretching into eternity. Memories flooded my mind, of laughter, love, loss, all intertwined in a tapestry of what once was. Where do we go? I cried, my voice barely a whisper against the encroaching darkness. Forward, she screamed, and with that, we ran. The shadows chased us, hungry and relentless, as we barreled through the streets that felt increasingly alien. With every step, the shadows grew bolder, clawing at our heels, whispering our names. I could hear them now, the echoes of the past, the ghosts of our ancestors. They clawed for attention, for acknowledgement. They were the stories we had buried, the memories we had forgotten. And as we sprinted forward, the realization struck me, it wasn't just the underworld we were fleeing, it was our own fears, our own histories. The confrontation loomed ahead, not just with the darkness outside, but with the darkness within. Keep running! Marco shouted, his voice a lifeline in the tempest. But the shadows whispered louder, their seductive promises echoing in our ears. The moment was electric, a cacophony of emotion, a tapestry of loss and desperation woven through the fabric of time. As the past collided with the present, we surged forward, propelled by an instinctual desire to confront not only the underworld of ancient myths but the undercurrents of our own lives. Every heartbeat pulsed with the weight of our choices, our fears. We were on the precipice of an awakening, a confrontation with the very essence of our souls. The shadows loomed closer, but we would not let them take us. We would face whatever lay ahead, together. No conclusions, no neat endings. Just the raw truth of existence, the intertwining of myth and memory, propelling us into the next moment, into the next confrontation. Our journey was far from over, it was just beginning. The moon hung high, a ghostly witness to the chaos unfurling beneath its gaze. In the heart of the city, where shadows entwined with the flickering lamplights, a scream pierced the silence, a raw, desperate sound that clawed at the stillness, echoing long after it faded. I could feel it reverberate in my bones, a haunting reminder of the nightmare I had only just awakened from. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a prisoner desperate to escape. I remember Alice, standing at the edge of that rooftop, her silhouette stark against the night sky, arms outstretched as if she could fly. Her eyes, wide with terror, glimmered like stars moments before they extinguished. I remember the way she clutched her chest, gasping for something, air, sanity, hope. I remember the weight of her determination, mixed with a heart-wrenching despair. A vision had led her here, to this precipice where reality blended with her dreams, and now, it threatened to consume her whole. "Don't let it take you, Alice!" I screamed, my voice lost in the night, a plea wrapped in desperation. But she was already slipping, her mind tangled with illusions and fears, the visions that had once guided her now turning into harbingers of doom. She was never meant to be the one who fell. She was the dreamer, the one who always saw what lay beyond the ordinary. But dreams are fickle, sometimes cruel, and they can twist into nightmares when judgment looms. I could feel the dread coiling around my heart, a serpent tightening its grip. I needed to reach her, to pull her back from the precipice of madness where she stood teetering, just inches away from oblivion. Then there was Marcus, always the skeptic, the one who grounded us when our dreams soared too high. I remember the way he squeezed his eyes shut, his hands trembling as he fought against the visions that threatened to invade his thoughts. They came uninvited, memories of his childhood, swirling images of his mother's laughter turned to silence, the empty spaces left behind. He trembled and shook, each tremor a portent of the heartbreak he carried within him, the burden of judgment, of choices made and not made. "I can't let them take me too," Marcus whispered, his voice barely audible beneath the weight of the night, a confession wrapped in fear. "If I give in, if I let them win, what will I become?" I felt that fear, overwhelming and raw, wrapping itself around my own heart as I watched him falter. Marcus had always worn his insecurities like armor, but now, it felt like it was crumbling around him, the ghosts of his past clawing at the edges of his mind. The visions he feared were growing more vivid, and I could see it in the way his breath hitched, the pallor of his skin as he battled against the tide. "Marcus, listen to me!" I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "The dreams, they're trying to tell you something you need to see. But don't let them sweep you away." And in that moment, time twisted, the clock ticking erratically as if mocking our struggle. The shadows lengthened, creeping toward us, inching closer, whispering secrets we were too terrified to understand. I remember the night feeling alive with a pulse, the air thick with impending doom as our fates intertwined, a tangled web of choices, dreams, and painful realities. I watched as Alice broke free, her eyes darting, searching, she had to find her way back. The dreams had shown her glimpses of a future, of a world where hope still glimmered, but here, in this moment, it felt as if that light was snuffed out, replaced by the creeping darkness of judgment. I could see the terror in her eyes, the realization that the visions had come with a price, and it was a price she was unwilling to pay. "Fight it!" I shouted, my voice strangled with urgency. "Don't allow the nightmares to claim you." The darkness pulsed around us, the city a living entity, and the echoes of our fears merged with the cacophony of the night. The wind howled, a forlorn cry that echoed our struggles, carrying our hopes away like dandelion seeds scattered into the void. I could feel my heart pounding as I reached out, as if my hand could bridge the chasm between despair and salvation. But then, in the thick of it, I sensed a shift, a tremor in the air, something unspoken hanging right beneath our skin, a tension so palpable that it felt like an electric charge, ready to spark. I remembered the visions I had dismissed, flashes of dread and understanding that warned me this night would reshape everything. And that realization paralyzed me. I stood there, rooted in place, watching as Alice took a shaky step forward, still teetering on the edge of her own reckoning. "Do you trust me?" I asked her, the words tearing from my throat, raw and unrefined. The seconds stretched, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting. The answer hung between us, fragile and unsteady. "I remember," she finally whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "I remember the light, the hope, but the shadows are so strong." The weight of her words settled in the pit of my stomach like lead. Each heartbeat echoed with the dread of what might come, of the judgment that awaited us, lurking just out of sight. It was a cruel twist of fate that our dreams, the very things that offered us solace, were now the harbingers of our despair. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a cosmic dance of fear and hope, on the brink of a revelation that loomed larger than life itself. The night stretched on, a canvas painted with our uncertainties, as the city held its breath, waiting for the moment when dreams and visions collided with judgment, and the truth would emerge, sharp, unyielding, and blinding. In the eerie quiet, I could feel the pulse of fate, a heartbeat that synchronized with my own, and I knew, this was just the beginning. The shadows whispered, the night was alive, and there was no escaping the reckoning that lay ahead. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a moment that felt like eternity, as we stood on the precipice of something unimaginable, something that would forever change the fabric of our reality, and we were powerless to stop it. The air thickened with tension, an electric pulse vibrating through the night as I stood at the precipice of despair. Shadows danced like specters, flickering under the pale moonlight, twisting and turning like the thoughts spiraling in my mind. I remember the exact moment I knew I was lost, trapped in the clutches of the underworld god, a deity not of myth but of my own creation. How strange it is to bear a burden so heavy it presses against the ribs, air escaping in ragged gasps, the weight of unspoken fears suffocating. "Where are you?" I whispered into the dark, not truly expecting an answer. The silence swallowed my words whole, leaving only the echo of my heartbeat to fill the void. I could feel him lurking, just beyond sight, a malevolent shadow, my own inner conflict personified, waiting to pounce when my guard faltered. Then there was Lena, always the bright one, a burst of light who made the world feel alive. We were inseparable, two halves of the same broken heart. But lately, I had watched her slip away, her laughter turning brittle, her eyes clouded with thoughts she never shared. I remember the last time we truly connected, standing in that crowded cafe, the smell of coffee thick in the air. One minute, she was telling me about her dreams of traveling the world, the next, a darkness clouded her voice, her gaze drifting to the window, lost in a memory I couldn't crack open. "Why do you look so haunted?" I had asked, my voice trembling. She flinched as if struck. "I'm not," she insisted, but the cracks in her facade widened with every word. I should have pressed her, pulled her back from the abyss that swallowed her whole. But I was a coward, entranced by my own turmoil, too busy wrestling with my demons to save her from hers. In those moments, the underworld god was watching, a satisfied smile curling on his lips. "Look at you," he seemed to whisper, a chilling taunt echoing in my skull. "You're both trapped in your own labyrinths, aren't you?" Then there was Max, my closest ally, yet he, too, was lost in this chaos. A warrior in the light, he fought against his own darkness, but lately, he had taken to drinking like a drowning man grasping for relief. I remember the time I found him slumped against the bar, eyes glazed over, the weight of his own failures dragging him down. "Max, you're better than this," I pleaded, the desperation clawing at my insides. But he laughed, a hollow sound that rattled through the empty spaces between us. "Better? You think this is me at my worst? You know nothing." He locked eyes with me, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the cracks in his armor, the soul beneath the bravado. But just as quickly, he turned away, the light extinguished, leaving only the shadow of his former self. Lena, Max, I felt their names reverberate in my chest, each syllable a knife carving deeper into my heart. I was losing them both to their demons, while my own demons danced in the moonlight, mocking me, daring me to confront the truth. I remember the nightmares, the endless corridors of darkness where I chased phantoms of regret. A clock ticked ominously in the distance, echoing the relentless passage of time, and I was always 2 seconds behind. I would reach for the shadow, but it slipped away, taunting me with a grin that promised nothing but pain. "Why can't you face me?" the underworld god hissed, emerging from the depths of my psyche like a long-forgotten memory. His voice was a chilling whisper, seductive and twisted. "You think you can escape? You think you can save them? No." I screamed into the void, my voice raw and desperate. But in that moment, I realized, it was not just Lena and Max I was losing, it was myself. I was the one standing on the edge, trembling, teetering between the light and dark. The underworld god raised a hand, and the shadows coalesced around me, binding me in chains forged from my own insecurities. "Look how you failed them," he sneered. The shadows grew thicker, wrapping around my throat, squeezing until I gasped for breath. But I refused to submit. I clawed at the darkness, each movement fueled by the memories of laughter, of shared dreams, of moments that made life worth living. I remember Lena's smile, the way it could light up the darkest room. I remember Max's fierce loyalty, the way he had fought battles not just for himself but for everyone he loved. "Fight!" I heard a voice echo through the chaos, a blend of my own and something deeper, something hopeful. You have to fight for them. For yourself. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, I felt a spark ignite within. It flickered at first, a tiny flame in a vast sea of shadows, but it grew, fueled by the love I had for my friends, for the life we had shared. Each heartbeat pulsed with defiance, shattering the chains that held me captive. In that moment, the underworld god recoiled, and I could see the fear in his eyes. You think you can escape me, he hissed. I'm not escaping, I replied, my voice steady, fierce. I'm fighting back. With one final push, I surged forward, breaking through the darkness, shattering the boundaries that had confined me. I could feel the presence of my friends, their essence wrapping around me like a protective shroud. I remember the way their laughter used to resonate through the air, a melody that pulled me from the depths of despair. But as I stood there, my heart racing, I knew that the battle wasn't over. The underworld god lingered, lurking just beyond sight, waiting for moments of weakness. The shadows would always whisper, but now they were just echoes of what I had faced and would face again. Together, we'll confront him, I vowed, feeling the warmth of my friend's spirits beside me. And with that, the darkness shrank back, retreating into the corners of my mind, leaving a promise of an inevitable return, a perpetual struggle against the underworld god that was my inner conflict. I didn't know what lay ahead, but I felt a fire igniting within me, a pulse of life that thudded like a war drum. With my friends alongside me, I was ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. And thus, the real battle began, a tension that would last far beyond this night, echoing into eternity. The clock ticked louder than the storm outside. Each second echoed in the cramped room, drowning out the shouts of the world. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting, judging. The air was thick with tension, a suffocating blanket of dread that clung to Ella's skin. She sat on the floor, back against the wall, knees pulled to her chest, heart racing against the silence. The shadows danced around her, flickering in the dim light like ghosts of her past, whispering secrets she wished she could forget. I remember the first time I felt the weight of judgment pressing down, not from others, but from within. It's a specter that haunts us all, the quiet voice that tells us we're not enough. Ella's fingers trembled as she traced the jagged lines of the wooden floor, memories rising like smoke from the ashes of a burnt-out fire. Ella! The voice sliced through the silence, sharp and desperate. It was Marcus, her brother. I remember his face, twisted in fear, eyes wide, reflecting the chaos outside. He burst through the door, panting, as if he had run a marathon. We have to go. Now. The urgency in his voice cracked through her paralysis, and she felt her heart leap, a wild animal caught in a snare, desperate to escape. But escape was a cruel illusion. The walls felt like they were closing in, the shadows lengthening, whispering doubts. She looked up at him, her eyes searching for something, reassurance, maybe. What about Mom? The question hung heavy in the air. Mama had been their anchor, the light in the storm. But Ella knew that light could flicker out at any moment. Marcus clenched his jaw, frustration knitting his brow. She's gone, Ella. We can't waste time. A sob threatened to break free, clawing at her throat. She knew he was right, but the thought of leaving everything behind, the home they had known, the memories woven into the very fabric of those walls, sent a chill down her spine. The storm outside howled like a beast unleashed, echoing the turmoil within her. What if we're not enough, she whispered, the words tasting like ashes on her tongue. Marcus's expression softened, a flash of vulnerability breaking through the hard shell he wore. We have to be enough. For her. For us. I remember that moment all too well, standing at the edge of a choice, the chasm of uncertainty yawning wide before me. The fear of judgment loomed larger than the storm, a dark cloud that threatened to consume them both. I could feel it in my bones, the suffocating silence of judgment. In the corner of the room, a clock ticked, a reminder of time slipping away, relentless and cruel. Each tick felt like a countdown to a reckoning they couldn't escape. I remember feeling that weight, an anchor pulling me into the depths. I remember the dreams that haunted me, filled with shadows and unanswered questions. Ella, please, Marcus urged, his voice a lifeline in the tempest. We can't stay here. The storm outside raged, but it was the storm inside her that truly terrified her. She felt like a ship lost at sea, caught between the waves of guilt and fear. But in his eyes, she saw something else, determination, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. Okay, she breathed, the word tasting bittersweet. The silence still enveloped them, heavy and oppressive, but a decision had been made. They stumbled to their feet, moving toward the door like moths drawn to a flickering light. As they stepped out into the night, the world was a blur of shadows and rain. The city felt alive, pulsing with a dark energy. The streets, slick with water, glistened like glass, reflecting the chaos swirling around them. In that moment, they were both haunted and exhilarated, alive with the thrill of the unknown. But lurking beneath the surface was a quiet terror, a timeless fear. They were being watched. The shadows twisted and writhed, creeping closer as they hurried down the street. I remember feeling the eyes of the world upon me, like 1,000 judgments laid bare, ready to consume. Each face in the crowd seemed to hold a mirror, reflecting their fears, their failures. Do you feel that? Ella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marcus nodded, eyes scanning the darkness. We're not alone. The truth of it tumbled through her, heavy and suffocating. Every step felt like a betrayal of everything they had ever known. The silence of judgment wrapped around them, a shroud of guilt that threatened to suffocate. I remember the way it pressed down, relentless in its pursuit, a constant reminder of who they were and who they could never be. If only they could outrun it, escape the relentless ticking of time, the haunting whispers that echoed within. But as they moved deeper into the night, the shadows grew darker, the silence louder. Reality twisted into something grotesque, a living nightmare that threatened to swallow them whole. The city loomed around them, a labyrinth of secrets and despair. Every corner turned felt like a choice made in desperation, every alleyway a hidden trap. And yet, amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of hope, a reminder that they were not defined by their past, nor by the judgments that haunted them. Together, Marcus whispered, gripping her hand tightly. We face this together. I remember the warmth of that promise, a fragile light flickering against the darkness. The storm still raged outside, and within them, the silence of judgment echoed, but in that moment, something shifted. A bond formed, stronger than the fears that threatened to tear them apart. Heart pounding, Ella took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the world lift, even if just for a moment. Together, they would navigate the shadows, face the judgments that loomed like specters. The journey was far from over, and the silence would always linger, but they would fight against it, together. I remember the taste of rain on my lips, the electric pulse of possibility in the air. As they stepped forward into the unknown, one thing was certain, the battle for their souls had only just begun. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the clock struck midnight, its chimes echoing like a distant heartbeat, signaling the hour of reckoning. MIA stood in the crumbling attic, candles flickering wildly, casting shadows that danced and writhed like restless spirits. She clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging into her palms, a desperate attempt to ground herself amidst the chaos brewing inside her. The weight of her brother's death hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to leave, swirling around her, whispering secrets she wasn't ready to face. I remember, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper over the wind howling through the cracked window. I remember the way he used to laugh. How did we let it come to this? The yearning clawed at her throat, a visceral pain that threatened to choke her. Every pulse throbbed with the memory of what once was and what would never be again. Across the room, in a shadowed corner, sat Julian, her childhood friend turned reluctant confidant. He watched her with dark, haunted eyes that seemed to know too much. MIA, he began, his voice raw and trembling, this isn't the answer. But he too felt the pull, the intoxicating lure of the unknown, the promise of contact with the underworld god that could bring them the closure they so desperately sought. The strands of grief twisted around them both, binding them tighter than any promise of salvation. I don't care if it's wrong, she snapped, the fire in her voice crackling like the flames that flickered in the shadows. I need to know why. I need to hear his voice one last time. The air thickened with tension, a silence heavy with unspoken fears and hidden truths. Julian shifted, the floorboards creaking under the weight of their shared sorrow. And what if he doesn't want to speak to you? What if he's angry? Her heart raced at the thought, but it was a fear she'd learned to embrace. Then at least I'll know. Mia turned her gaze toward the small, ornate mirror that had belonged to their grandmother, its surface clouded with the dust of years long past. We can't keep running from this. Not anymore. She knelt before the mirror, the candles casting erratic shadows that flickered like the ghosts of their past. Each flicker seemed to beckon, urging her to reach beyond the veil. Help me, she pleaded, her voice barely a breath. The air shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a figure reflected in the glass, a fleeting silhouette that twisted and turned, both familiar and foreign. Julian caught his breath. No, Mia, don't, but it was too late. The moment stretched, thick with expectation, stretching into a silence so profound that it swallowed their thoughts whole. A chill crept down her spine as she whispered the incantation she'd unearthed from pages worn by time. The words tumbled from her lips, each syllable trembling with power, the room pulsating as if the very walls were alive. The atmosphere shifted, became electric, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. Time felt suspended, a moment stretched into eternity. And then, in the silence that followed, a voice, soft yet thunderous, echoed through the room. Why have you summoned me? The warmth of the candles dimmed, shadows expanding, consuming Mia and Julian in an embrace both unnerving and exhilarating. Mia's heart thundered in her chest, the raw intensity of the moment threatening to shatter her. I want to speak to my brother, she stammered, the words tumbling out in a rush. Please. There was a pause, a moment of stillness that felt like a sharp intake of breath. Then the voice, rich and haunting, wrapped around them like a shroud. He has crossed the threshold. His peace is not yours to disturb. Mia's breath hitched, the rejection cutting deeper than a physical wound. But he needs to hear me. I need him to know I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a torrent of anguish flowing as she fought against the tide of despair threatening to drown her. I remember, Julian interrupted, stepping forward with a resolve that burned in his chest. I remember how he protected you. How he'd do anything to keep you safe. What if he's stuck? What if he needs us? The shadows swirled, and the voice grew distant, teasing the edges of their understanding. You seek connection, but what if you find only despair? The dead do not always wish to return. Mia's heart sank, but determination surged through her, a fire igniting against the cold reality. I don't care. I have to try. She felt Julian's hand on her shoulder, grounding her, even as the fear surged around them, threatening to engulf her. What are you willing to sacrifice? The voice whispered, echoing through the dim room, swirling around them, enveloping them in its chilling embrace. I'll give anything, she breathed, her voice trembling with the weight of her promise. Just let me speak to him. The candles flickered widely, casting erratic shadows as the room trembled. Mia could feel the undercurrents of despair and hope colliding, creating a tempest of emotion that threatened to swallow them whole. The air pulsed with the energy of the moment, a living thing that thrummed beneath her skin. And then, a flash of light, blinding and overwhelming. For a heartbeat, everything froze. The world stood still, and in that silence, she could hear the echoes of a laughter long gone, the sweet sound of her brother's voice breaking through the fog of grief. Mia, it was barely a whisper, but it filled the room with warmth. The shadows receded, retreating into the corners, leaving behind only the flickering candles and the echoes of a love that could never die. Is that you? She gasped, her heart racing. Please, don't leave me again. But the light began to fade, and the laughter, oh, it was so achingly beautiful, yet it slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. You must remember me, the voice called, distant yet intimate, a tether that pulled at her very soul. And as the darkness encroached once more, Mia reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the mirror, the boundary between life and death. I remember, she breathed, feeling the weight of her grief and love intertwining, an unbreakable bond forged in sorrow and beauty. I remember, but the shadows lingered, whispering promises and secrets, a pact forged in desperation, leaving them hanging at the precipice of hope and despair, teetering on the edge of what was known and what lay beyond the veil, the connection to the underworld gods still intertwined with their souls, anchoring them to the moment, to the memory, forever suspended in time. The clock struck midnight, a chilling chime echoing through the empty village streets, each note a ghostly whisper of the stories that had woven their way into the fabric of this place. Shadows danced under the pale moonlight, and as I stood there, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and secrets, I felt the weight of 1,000 tales pressing against my chest. They were alive, these stories, pulsing in the silence, beckoning, warning, enticing. I remember a flicker of movement, a figure darting into the woods, a flash of crimson against the stark blackness, and a scream that shattered the night. It gripped my heart, a visceral reminder that folklore wasn't just a collection of quaint fables but a living, breathing entity, capable of bending reality and reshaping the world as we knew it. There was Isla, whose laughter could light the darkest corners of any room, yet within her eyes simmered a storm of doubt and fear. She had grown up with the tales of the Wraithwood, the ancient forest that bordered the village, where spirits of the forsaken lingered, their moans echoing like sonorous lullabies for the unwary. "Don't go wandering there, Isla," her mother would say, her voice thick with the weight of generations. "The shadows are hungry." But Isla, with her wild curls and restless heart, felt an insatiable pull toward those woods, as if they were calling her by name, taunting her with their secrets. And then there was Tom, loyal, steadfast Tom, who carried the scars of the stories like badges of honor. He had ventured into the Wraithwood once, chasing a childhood dare, only to return with a gaze that spoke of horrors unimagined. He had seen the ghostly apparitions that flitted between the trees, witnessed the twisted figures of those who had vanished, swallowed by their own legends. Now, he lived in constant dread, shadows lurking behind every corner, the woodland's whispers intertwining with his thoughts, a relentless echo that reminded him of the darkness that thrived on fear. As the night deepened, a sense of impending doom enveloped the village. A chill crawled along my spine as I listened to Isla and Tom argue heatedly beneath the skeletal branches of a gnarled oak. "We have to go into the woods, Tom. We can't let fear rule our lives," Isla insisted, her voice vibrant, yet laced with desperation. "There's truth hidden there, truth that could change everything. Or it could end everything," Tom replied, his tone heavy, each word a stone cast into a well of despair. "You don't understand what you're asking. The stories, they're not just stories. They're warnings." He stepped back into the shadows, the moonlight revealing the turmoil in his eyes, but Isla pressed on, driven by a yearning that felt like fire in her veins. I felt their tension, palpable and electric, weaving through the air like a thread binding them to the fate etched in the darkness. Folklore was more than mere tales, it was a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and desires. Each legend danced at the precipice of reality, teasing them, challenging them to confront the monstrous truths hidden beneath the surface. With every heartbeat, I remembered the old stories of lovers lost in the woods, the ghostly wails of children who had strayed too far, the ancient curse that bound the village to its fate. I could feel the warmth of their laughter, the chill of their screams. I had lived those moments, felt the terror tighten like a vice around my chest, and yet here they were, on the cusp of their own reckoning, dancing dangerously close to the edge of oblivion. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound that seemed to echo with whispers of lost souls. I drew closer, my breath hitching in my throat as I watched Isla and Tom teeter on the brink of decision. "We could be the ones to change the story," Isla pleaded, her voice trembling, a fragile thing in the face of their fears. But as she spoke, shadows flitted between the trees, a flicker caught from the corner of my eye, a dark shape, moving closer, drawn to the scent of their resolve. "Isla!" Tom's voice cracked, the fear spilling over, raw and unguarded. "You don't know what you're asking. The woods don't want us there." His words hung in the air, thick with dread, but something deep within Isla surged, a fierce defiance, ignited by the pulse of their shared history. "I have to know," she breathed, the resolution hardening her features, a warrior prepared to face the tempest. The leaves rustled ominously, almost in agreement, as if nature itself wove her own narrative around them. I felt it, the electricity crackling in the air, the inevitability of their choices. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, an orchestra of anxiety, fear, and hope, resonating through the night. The looming darkness whispered secrets, and I was helplessly drawn into the maelstrom of their conflict, yearning to grasp the threads of their fate. In that moment, time blurred, a tapestry of memories, nightmares, and desires intertwining. I remembered the tales of my childhood, the stories that had shaped my perception of the world. Folklore was a living thing, an entity that seeped into our bones, crafting our realities and influencing our deepest fears. It was the very essence of our humanity, an intricate web drawing us into its embrace, a double-edged sword capable of both shelter and destruction. Tension mounted as the shadows thickened, enveloping Isla and Tom in an embrace that felt both suffocating and liberating. I could see the flicker of courage in Isla's eyes, the fierce determination that had driven her forward, but behind that light loomed the specter of doubt, the haunting whispers of the tales that warned against such folly. Tom stood resolute, a guardian against the unknown, yet beneath his bravado lay a heart yearning to believe, to break free from the chains of fear that bound him. The night held its breath. Time stood still in that charged moment, and I could feel the pulse of the universe echoing their conflict. Folklore was not merely a story, it was a battleground of perceptions, a clash of the known and the unknown, shaping reality in ways we could scarcely comprehend. As I stood there, I trembled, caught in the web of their unfolding truth, aware that the stories we tell ultimately shape who we become, and the choices we make could echo through eternity, reverberating in the shadows, forever entwined with the haunting beauty of our fears. The clock struck midnight as the city held its breath, a silence that felt like a scream, echoing through the darkened alleys and shuttered windows. Shadows stretched and twisted, creeping like fingers toward the heart of the living, as if the underworld had sent its messengers to claim what was rightfully theirs. I stood there, pulse racing, in the grip of a storm that raged not outside, but within. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of judgment looming, pressing down like a heavy fog, cold and suffocating. I remember the first time I saw her. Iris, with eyes like shattered glass, reflecting 1,000 unsaid words. She was standing at the edge of the world, on the precipice between hope and despair, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices that had led her there. Her laughter, once melodic, now hung like a ghost in the air, haunting me, taunting me. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from that edge, but the chasm between us widened with every second, every regret. "Do you see them?" she whispered, her breath catching in the cold night, as if the wind carried the echoes of lost souls. "They're waiting for us." I followed her gaze, and my heart plummeted. Dark figures loomed, formless yet tangible, the embodiment of our fears, our failures. Their presence was a cruel reminder, each shade a fragment of who we once were, each face a mask of judgment, their eyes burning with the weight of our past. I could feel the heat of my own sins rising like smoke, curling around me, choking me. Memories of laughter turned to ash, love turned to bitterness, and choices made in the fleeting shadows of desire. Time slipped away, a thief in the night, leaving us with only fragments of what could have been. In this moment, I was cast into an abyss, a spiral of regret, and I couldn't help but wonder, who truly judges us? The world? Ourselves? Or the ghosts that refuse to let us forget? "I can't do this," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the words clawing their way out of a throat raw with emotion. I was trapped in a cycle of despair, and just as I thought I'd sink into the depths, a raw, visceral anger ignited within me. I was a fool to believe I could escape the underworld of my own making. I had spent too long hiding, too long running from the shadows that danced mockingly at the edges of my consciousness. Then came him, Liam. The storm in his eyes matched the turmoil swirling within me. He was my equal in chaos, a beautifully flawed soul burdened by the weight of his own demons, the kind of man who could turn laughter into tears with a single word. When he stepped forward, it was as if the earth trembled beneath his feet, the force of his presence a magnetic pull. "Together, we can face them," he said, his words like fire igniting the air between us. Fear and defiance intertwined in a dance of raw emotion. I could see the flicker of hope behind his bravado. A flicker that mirrored my own, fragile yet insistent, trying to break free from the chains of the past. But what if the judgments were true? What if the sins we buried were more than just shadows? What if the underworld was not some distant place, but a reflection of our very souls? I felt the walls of my resolve begin to crack, allowing the wild rush of doubt to seep in. We could fight the darkness together, but was it enough? Iris's voice punctured the silence, breaking my thoughts like glass shattering against stone. They'll take you down with them, you know. They whisper secrets that drown the brightest light. Her warning hung heavy in the air, and I could feel the pull of the abyss. I needed to know, could I stare into that darkness and emerge unscathed? Time twisted, memories collided. I saw flashes of laughter, of warmth, of love turned bitter like burnt sugar. I recalled the night I chose comfort over honesty, the moments I let fear dictate my path. I remember standing before an empty mirror, only to find reflections of what I wished I could erase, the faces of those I hurt, the dreams I crushed beneath the weight of my own insecurities. And then, it all exploded. The shadows lunged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing us whole. The figures morphed into faces, families torn apart, friendships shattered, lovers lost. Each one had a story, a truth wrapped in pain. They clawed at my conscience, their whispers turning to screams, "Remember! Remember!" It was a cacophony of souls lost in the void, begging for acknowledgement, for justice, for peace. I wanted to fight back, to silence them, to drown out the memories. But as I looked at Liam, standing resolute beside me, I realized that the only way to win this battle was to confront the truth. I had to embrace the chaos within me, the flawed, beautiful mess that made me who I was. I remember, I shouted into the void, words tearing from my throat, raw and unfiltered. I remember all of it. The joy, the pain. I won't hide from you anymore. Each confession was a step forward, a piece of weight lifted, a thread of light cutting through the darkness. Beside me, Iris nodded, joining the chorus of our truths. We were broken, but we were also alive, she cried, her voice a beacon in the night. Every scar tells a story, every heartbeat is a testament. Together, we stood against the storm, the shadows swirling around us, but they began to recede, their power waning against the light of our shared truths. And just then, I felt a shift, a crack in the facade of judgment. The Underworld was not merely a place of reckoning, it was a path to redemption. In the heart of that chaos, we learned to forgive ourselves, to allow hope to rise amidst the rubble. But the night was far from over. The echoes of our past still lingered in the air, waiting for their moment to strike. The darkness would always be there, lurking in the corners of our minds. And yet, as we stood together, I realized we were not alone. We had each other, and that shared strength was a light in the relentless night. The clock continued to tick, but time itself felt fluid, stretching like the shadows around us, a constant reminder that judgment is not the end, it is merely a beginning. I held on to that thought, knowing it would carry us forward, through the darkness and into the unknown. The clock strikes 13. An impossible hour, a fractured moment where time bends, and shadows stretch like fingers grasping at the edges of reality. In the heart of the city, the air is electric, alive with whispers and secrets. The night is a tapestry woven from the fabric of fears, dreams, and the echoes of lives lived and lost. I'm standing at the mouth of a dark alley, where the light barely flickers, a pulse of electric blue against the encroaching gloom. The scent of rain-soaked asphalt lingers, thick and heavy, as if the earth is holding its breath. "Are you sure about this?" Maya asks, her voice trembling as she glances behind her. The street is desolate, but the dread is palpable, a living thing wrapping around us, squeezing tighter with every passing second. She's always been the cautious one, her heart a fortress built on uncertainty. In her eyes, I see the flicker of doubt, a reflection of my own. I remember, I say, almost to myself, the stories they used to tell. About the underworld, how it breathes just beneath our feet. It's not just a myth. My words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of truth and fear. But tonight is different. It feels like the line between our world and the next is blurring, as if the very fabric of the universe is unraveling. I feel the pull, a magnetic force drawing me in, urging me to confront the darkness that has haunted my dreams. Then there's Felix, always the reckless one, with a laugh that echoes like thunder, masking the turmoil that simmers just below the surface. He steps forward, eyes glinting with that familiar glimmer of mischief. "What's the worst that could happen?" Ghosts don't bite, he scoffs, but I see the flicker of fear in his smile. Or they do, I counter, heart racing, as we inch deeper into the shadows. What if they're just waiting for us to cross that line? With each step, memories claw at my mind, jagged images of lost souls and forgotten dreams. I remember nights spent in graveyards, trading stories under the watchful gaze of the moon. I remember the thrill of the unknown, the hunger for connection that binds us to those who linger in the dusk. But tonight feels different. Tonight the air is thick with an unspoken promise, a sense that we are not alone. Maya shivers, pulling her jacket closer. I can taste her fear, bitter and metallic. Do you think they can see us? She murmurs, glancing nervously at the shifting shadows. Maybe they're always watching, I reply, voice barely above a whisper. I can feel the weight of unseen eyes, a cold gaze tracing the outline of our existence. It's as if the darkness is alive, pulsating with a heartbeat of its own, wrapping around us like a cloak. And then I hear it, a soft whisper, like the rustling of leaves, but layered with a haunting melody that cuts through the night. It beckons to us, luring us deeper into the abyss. My pulse quickens, a drumbeat of dread and anticipation, as I exchange a glance with Felix. In his eyes, I see the same unspoken understanding, the thrill of the hunt mixed with the terror of the unknown. We shouldn't, Maya insists, her voice trembling as the whisper intensifies, wrapping around us like smoke. But she's already stepping forward, curiosity winning over fear. I follow, caught in the web of inevitability, the fear and thrill curling around my heart. The alley opens up into a hidden courtyard, a space suspended between worlds, where the air vibrates with the echoes of countless lives. The walls are covered in graffiti, each stroke a story, a testament to the ghosts that linger here. I feel the weight of their presence, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around us, joy, loss, longing, each one cutting deeper than the last. And there, in the center, stands a figure cloaked in shadow, a specter of the modern world wrapped in the ancient beliefs of the underworld. They hold out their hands, fingers splayed like branches reaching for the stars, or perhaps for the souls trapped in the darkness. Welcome, they say, each syllable dripping with a heavy resonance that sends a shiver down my spine. You've come seeking answers, haven't you? Their voice is both seductive and terrifying, a siren's call that makes my heart race. Felix steps forward, bravado woven into every movement. We want to know what lies beneath, he declares, but I see the uncertainty flicker in his eyes, the fear masked by bravado. Beneath, the figure laughs, a sound like breaking glass. Or within? The truths you seek live not in the shadows, but in your own hearts. I take a step back, my breath catching in my throat. The truth is a double-edged sword, and I can feel it cutting into me, exposing the raw, pulsing core of my fears. Memories rush in, overwhelming and visceral, a childhood filled with stories of hauntings and specters, the weight of my own past pressing down like the night sky. Maya grips my arm, her fear palpable, but in her eyes, I see something else, a flicker of understanding. We're all haunted, she whispers, and in that moment, I know. This isn't just about the underworld, it's about the darkness within us, the ghosts that follow us, whispering in our ears, feeding on our fears. The air thickens, as if the shadows are closing in, and I feel the walls of my resolve beginning to crumble. What do we do? I ask, my voice barely a whisper, as if saying it aloud will summon the very darkness we fear. Face them, the shadowy figure replies, their voice echoing in the stillness. Each of you carries a burden, a weight that binds you to this world. Only by embracing your fears can you hope to transcend them. And there it is, the challenge that pulses in my veins, a call to confront the things I've hidden away. I glance at Felix, his eyes wide with realization, and Maya, trembling but resolute. We are here, standing on the precipice, hearts racing, souls bared to the night. The shadows shift, swirling around us, and I know this is just the beginning. The underworld beliefs of old are not relics, they are alive, breathing, intertwining with our very existence. And as the darkness wraps around us, I feel the pull of something greater, a journey not just through the night, but into ourselves. With each heartbeat, I understand, we are not just explorers of the underworld. We are its echoes, its whispers intertwined with our very being. The night is vast, filled with both terror and wonder, and in it, we find the truth of who we are. The air was thick, almost solid, a haze of smoke and whispered fears. I stood there, rooted to the cobblestone street, the moonlight a sharp dagger piercing through the murky fog. The city slept, but I was wide awake, my heart a drum echoing the chaos in my mind. Somewhere in the distance, a raven cawed, a sound that reverberated with an understanding of darkness. I had come to this forsaken place chasing shadows, chasing whispers of a god who thrived in the underworld, a being carved from the very bones of despair. Don't look back, my sister's voice echoed in my memory, a fragile thread in the tapestry of regret that bound us. I could picture her, her eyes wide, brimming with the kind of fear that sinks deep into your marrow. But here I was, not looking back, only moving forward. I could still feel her warmth beside me, even as the chill of the night settled in my bones. I remember how she begged me to stay, to find safety in ignorance. But ignorance was a cage I had long since escaped, and now I sought something far more dangerous than knowledge. I sought the truth. The shadows twisted and danced around me as I moved deeper into the city's heart, each step a reminder of the choices I had made. The cobblestones felt slick beneath my feet, slick like the lies I'd told myself. A flicker of doubt crashed against my resolve. What if I wasn't ready? What if the truth was more horrifying than I could bear? But the underworld god called to me, a siren in the night, and I pressed on, the weight of my sister's absence a constant ache at my core. Then there was Marcus, the poet, the one who had once filled the air with verses that spun like silk threads, wrapping around the mundane and transforming it into the extraordinary. Now, he lingered on the edge of the abyss, words splintering like shattered glass, each line a reflection of his pain. I could see him slumped against the cold stone wall, his fingers stained with ink and sorrow. "I'm losing them," he whispered, and his voice cracked as if it carried the weight of entire worlds. "I can't find the words anymore. The underworld has swallowed them whole." His vulnerability pierced through the fog of my own fears. I remembered the way we used to laugh, how our laughter would peel back the layers of despair, like sunshine breaking through a storm. But now, the laughter was a ghost, haunting the corners of our memories. "They bathed once a year, you know," I joked, trying to lighten the air, so romance was always a bit earthy. I half-heartedly grinned, but it fell flat against the gravity of the night. "Stop," he murmured, his head hung low as if the weight of his unspoken grief threatened to topple him. "You don't understand." And yet, I did. I understood all too well. The underworld was not just a realm of the dead, it was a creeping darkness that snuffed out light, a harbinger of despair wrapped in a cloak of familiarity. The moonlight struggled to break through the thick clouds above, and I knew that it was the same for us. Our creativity, our very souls were being consumed by the void, each poem that didn't find its way to paper a piece of ourselves lost forever. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, and a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and ethereal, a silhouette of nightmares. It was him, the underworld god, a spectre drawn from the pages of history, from the tales that kept children awake at night. His eyes glimmered with an unsettling hunger, as if he could taste our pain on the air. "You seek me," his voice resonated, low and melodic, like a lullaby sung in despair. "But do you know what you're asking?" I stepped closer, the air crackling with tension. The god inched forward, and I could feel an icy chill seep into my veins, a whisper of promises wrapped in malice. "What if I told you that truth is a double-edged sword?" he continued, the shadows dancing around him like lost souls. "What if I offered you the secrets of the past, the voices that echo through time? Would you be willing to pay the price?" Marcus trembled beside me, and I felt the weight of his fear intertwine with my own. The price? Oh, the price. What would we sacrifice in exchange for knowledge? I glanced at him, and in that fleeting moment, I saw not just a poet but a man ravaged by his own unfulfilled dreams, haunted by the specters of his failures. Deep down, I realized we were two sides of the same coin, the poet lost in the never-ending pursuit of words, and I, the seeker grasping at the fringes of understanding. I remember, I found myself saying, my voice trembling, I remember the stories our parents told us, the battles, the love lost, the laughter that echoed through our childhood. It was all a dance with shadows. The underworld god raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Ah, but those are not just stories, child. They are the very essence of existence. To know the voices of the past is to understand the weight of the future. And then, in that moment, I realized the truth he offered was not merely knowledge but a reckoning. The air thickened, charged with electricity. With every heartbeat, the stakes rose higher, as if a cosmic clock was ticking down to our confrontation. The past, the present, and the uncertain future collided in a chaotic symphony of emotions. A shudder coursed through me. Could I face what lay ahead? I looked at Marcus, his expression mirroring my own turmoil, and we exchanged a silent oath, a pact forged in our shared pain and longing. The shadows deepened around us, swirling like a tempest, and the god held out a hand, a gesture both inviting and foreboding. "Will you step into the darkness?" he asked, his voice a haunting melody laced with menace. The answer loomed over us, heavy and oppressive, like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. Time hung suspended, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for our choice, a choice that would echo through eternity. I could feel the pulse of the night thrumming in my veins, the gravity of our actions pulling us down into the depths, where the echoes of the past beckoned us with a sinister promise. And I knew one thing then: this was only the beginning. As the city slept, we stood on the precipice of something vast, dark, and beautiful, a narrative entwined in the very fabric of our souls, echoing through time like a distant refrain. The moon hung low, a gaping wound in the velvet sky, as if it were bleeding light onto the cobblestones of the crumbling city. I shivered, standing alone in the narrow alley, the shadows whispering secrets too old to comprehend. The air was thick, laced with the sharp tang of iron, and I could hear the distant echoes of despair, a clock tower tolling midnight, a heartbeat away from the unknown. I remember the stories my grandmother told, tales wrapped in fear and reverence. She sat by the fire, her eyes reflecting the flames, speaking of the underworld as if it were a living entity, a place where history's ghosts roamed freely. "They wait for us, you know," she said, her voice a low hum, "the souls of those lost in war, in plague, in love." I couldn't help but think of her now, her frail fingers trembling as she recounted the horrors of the past, a past that clung to every corner of this forsaken city. Adelaide was there with me, her presence a flickering candle in the darkness. We were bound by a shared agony, the kind that seeps into your bones. She wore her grief like a shroud, a testament to her brother, lost in the chaos of war. "He was just a boy," she whispered, her voice breaking, a fragile thread unraveling in the night. I could see him in my mind, his laughter, bright and innocent, now silenced forever. But it was Tobias who stood in the foreground of my thoughts, an enigma wrapped in shadows. He had a charm that danced on the edge of danger, a reckless abandon that made my heart race. He carried the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders, a lineage marred by betrayal and bloodshed. "You can't escape it, you know," he said to me once, his eyes glinting like shattered glass. "The past is a noose around our necks." We were each fighting our own demons, trapped in the haunting echoes of history. I remember the day we stumbled upon the abandoned cathedral, its towering spires clawing at the sky, a reminder of the faith that had once thrived within its walls. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the heavy gloom. Inside, the stained glass told stories of martyrdom, of souls ascending to the heavens while the earth below roiled with chaos. "Look," Adelaide pointed, her breath hitching as she traced the contours of a figure, a knight, his face twisted in agony, forever enshrined in glass. "They didn't choose this fate. None of them did." The weight of her words hung between us, a fragile thread woven with sorrow. But Tobias laughed, a bitter echo that ricocheted off the walls. "Fate? What a romantic notion. We're all just puppets dancing on strings, controlled by the whims of time." His cynicism cut through the tension like a knife, and I felt my heart race as I glanced at him, searching for the boy who still believed in magic despite the scars etched on his soul. We stood there, engulfed in a silence broken only by the distant tolling of the clock. Time felt elastic, stretching into infinity, every tick a reminder of our mortality. I remember clutching Adelaide's hand, a lifeline against the tide of despair threatening to pull us under. "What if we could change it?" I asked, not sure if I believed my own words. "What if we could rewrite history? She met my gaze, eyes wide with both fear and hope. "You can't rewrite what's already been written," she said softly, but there was a flicker of defiance in her tone. "But maybe we can remember. Maybe that's enough." Tobias shifted, the shadows cloaking him as if he were part of the darkness itself. "Memory is a double-edged sword," he murmured, a hint of sorrow threading through his bravado. "It can rally us or ruin us. It's the stories we tell ourselves that shape our beliefs, that carve our paths." Outside, the wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed the despair of the ages. I could almost hear the voices, lost souls, forever intertwined with the fabric of our existence. They spoke of battles fought and lost, of the plague that swept through like a vengeful spirit, claiming the innocent and guilty alike. Each name, each story, echoed in the recesses of my mind, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain and perseverance. "Do you think they're watching?" Adelaide asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The ones who came before us?" I nodded, though I wasn't sure. The weight of history pressed down like a heavy cloak, suffocating, yet oddly comforting. "They must be," I said, trying to steady my trembling heart. "Guiding us, warning us." As we stepped back into the night, the city's pulse thrummed beneath our feet, a living entity soaked in the echoes of its past. The streets were alive with whispers of lovers lost, of betrayals carved into stone, of the sorrowful lullabies sung by mothers who buried their children in the cold, unforgiving earth. I remember the flickering street lamp casting long shadows that danced along the cobblestones, merging with the darkness as if they were one. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt their presence, the ghosts of 1,000 souls, each one a reminder of the weight history bears on our beliefs. Will we become them? I wondered aloud, my voice trembling with the enormity of the question. Will our stories haunt those who come after us? Tobias paused, his face a mask of contemplation. "Maybe they already do," he said, and for a moment, the flicker of his grin faded, replaced by a shadow of fear. "We're all just echoes in a vast, eternal night." The city breathed around us, alive with the memories of its past as we ventured deeper into the unknown. Each step felt like a descent into the underworld itself, where historical events shape beliefs, twisting them into something unrecognizable yet achingly familiar. The stories lingered, intertwining with our souls, a reminder that history is not just a record but a haunting melody that plays on repeat, echoing through the corridors of time, urging us to listen, to remember, to confront the ghosts that shape our lives. The air hung thick, a stillness heavy enough to choke on, as Marisol stood at the precipice of her decision. Below, the ancient stone altar loomed, a monolith of despair cloaked in shadows, waiting to bear witness to the silent judgment. She could feel the whispers of her ancestors, the echoes of their choices binding her, constricting her heart, reminding her of debts unpaid and sins unconfessed. The moon hung low, its pallid light casting ghostly forms across the landscape, illuminating the faces of those gathered in the dark, their eyes glinting with a fierce hunger for truth, or perhaps, for blood. I remember, the first time I felt this weight. It was the day I chose to believe, she thought, her heart hammering against her ribs like a caged bird. Each heartbeat an affirmation, a curse, a silent scream. And at the center of this turmoil stood her brother, Thomas, a figure caught between faith and freedom, between the shadows of the past and the light of what could be. He stood defiantly, imprisoned by his own convictions, yet yearning for release. His face was a canvas of conflict, and Marisol could read the words unsaid in the furrows of his brow, in the tight lines around his mouth. "You don't understand," he would whisper, and she would feel the bile rise in her throat, the taste of betrayal bitter against her tongue. Around them, the congregation stirred, a restless tide of souls awaiting the unfolding drama. Each one bore their own silent burdens, their own judgments, their own truths clashing under the weight of their beliefs. The old woman with the tattered shawl, her eyes like twin black holes, seemed to draw the energy from the very ground beneath her. She has seen too much, Marisol thought, recalling the stories of her youth, stories that whispered of spirits and demons lurking in the corners of faith. The woman's presence was a reminder that judgment was not just a divine act, it was a human condition, a bloodletting of the soul long before the gods weighed in. "Do you believe in redemption?" Thomas had asked her once, his voice trembling, a soft plea that hung between them like the last breath of a dying star. a question that seeped into the marrow of her bones, so profound it nearly shattered her. I remember how easy it was to say yes, to believe in the light. But standing here now, the darkness felt palpable, thick with the promise of judgment, and she hesitated, caught in a cyclone of fear and love. Then there was Amina, the outsider, the one who had come from the east with tales of a different kind of divine reckoning. Her eye sparkled with defiance, her laughter a sharp contrast to the solemnity of the gathering. "Life is nothing but a series of choices," she had said, her voice ringing with the clarity of shattered glass. "And every choice brings its own judgment." Marisol had wanted to believe in Amina's wisdom, to see the world through her vibrant lens. But how could she, when the weight of her own reality felt like an anchor dragging her down? As the hour of reckoning approached, the moon slipped behind a veil of clouds, plunging everything into an eerie twilight. The people shifted, restless in their uncertainty. Marisol's heart raced as she felt the collective gaze upon her, expectant, hungry, demanding. Each tick of the clock was an agonizing reminder that time was slipping away. "What if I step forward and find only condemnation?" she thought, the question a dark specter looming over her. But what if the judgment was not of man or God, but of self? A chilling realization washed over her, a truth so raw she could taste it: the fiercest judgment comes from within. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, but echoing in the silence. Memories flooded her, a childhood spent in the shadow of expectations, a youth filled with the weight of ancestral sins. "I remember the laughter, the tears, the love." But the love had grown twisted, tangled in the roots of unspoken guilt and regret, and now it threatened to choke her. The moment hung suspended in time, a fragile thread ready to snap. Suddenly, a voice, tremulous and fierce, pierced the stillness. "I stand here not for your judgment, but for my own." It was Thomas, eyes ablaze with something fierce and unrelenting. "For too long, I have lived in fear of what you all think, of what you all believe. I refuse to be your puppet." His words reverberated through the crowd, an electric charge that ignited something primal within them. Marisol felt her heart soar and plunge all at once, the fear of losing him, of what his rebellion might mean, colliding with a deep-seated yearning for authenticity that clawed at her insides. "I remember the weight of my own silence," she choked out, her voice breaking against the weight of her truth. The eyes of the crowd flicked between them, uncertainty morphing into something more dangerous, curiosity laced with judgment. Amina moved closer, her presence a steady balm amidst the chaos. "You cannot live in the shadows of others' beliefs. Step into your own light," she urged, her tone both coaxing and commanding. But the shadows loomed large, creeping closer, threatening to envelop them. Marisol glanced at the altar, the ominous stones now seeming to pulse with a life of their own. The weight of generations hung in the air, a reminder that their choices were not simply personal, they were the echo of 1,000 voices, a cacophony of judgment that dared them to break free. Will they ever truly see me? She wondered, and in that moment, the world around her faded, pulling her into a whirlpool of doubt and despair. Now the tension simmered, thick enough to cut with a knife. Each breath felt like a countdown, every heartbeat a step closer to a precipice. And as the moon re-emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating their faces in ghostly light, Marisol knew a reckoning was imminent. The air thrummed with the weight of unspoken words, the sharp edges of belief and doubt colliding in a dance as old as time itself. In this crucible of existence, the silent judgment loomed, a specter that would not be ignored, a moment that would define them all. The altar awaited, a silent witness to the storm of emotion swirling within them. A judgment unfathomable, yet achingly human. And as the crowd collectively inhaled, the moment hung, pregnant with possibility. Would they find redemption? Would they shatter the chains binding them to the past? Or would they succumb to the silent judgment of their own making, forever trapped in the shadows of unfulfilled desires? The answers loomed just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet hauntingly distant, as the cycle of belief and judgment churned on. The clock struck midnight, its chime hanging heavy in the air like a dark promise. The moon, a sickly slice of silver, cast jagged shadows across the narrow street, where whispers of past lives intertwined with the chill of the night. I stood there, heart racing, pulse echoing against the stones beneath my feet, as if the ground itself trembled with the weight of choices made. Choices that led us here, in this moment, where hope clashed with despair, where every breath felt like a last chance. I remember the day I met Elias, the way he spoke with passion, his eyes ablaze with the certainty of youth. He had dreams, the kind that hung above him like a constellation, bright and unyielding. I remember how his laughter rang clear like a bell, slicing through the fog of my own insecurities. I wanted to be like him, to feel alive, to shake off the chains of my mundane existence. But dreams come with a price, and I remember the moment he realized it too. "Look around," he shouted, arms wide, blood pulsing in his cheeks. The city sparkled with life, a kaleidoscope of desires and regrets, all of us tangled in the same web, spinning towards our own fates. "Why do we live like this? Why don't we take what we want?" His words ignited something deep within me. But as the months passed, I felt the warmth of his light dim. Each choice he made, thrilling yet reckless, pulled him further into a void. I watched helplessly as he skirted the edges of morality, drawn to the thrill of the chase, the intoxicating rush of living dangerously. I remember the nights we spent together, racing against time, but now those memories clawed at me, suffocating in their brilliance. And then there was Myra. She was the calm in our storm, the tether that kept us grounded. I remember her laughter, soft yet powerful, like a gentle breeze that could turn fierce. But beneath that serene facade lay a tumult of conflict. She was the voice of reason, pleading with Elias to reconsider his choices. "You can't play with fire," she would whisper, her eyes shimmering with fear. "You don't know what it will cost." But Elias, ever the tempest, couldn't hear her warnings. Each day he spiraled deeper, brushing against darkness, trading pieces of himself for fleeting moments of exhilaration. I remember the night he crossed the line, the night the air turned electric, thick with anticipation. He laughed like a madman, a wild spark in his eyes, daring the universe to punish him. There was something haunting about that moment, the way time seemed to stretch, as if the cosmos held its breath. Myra reached for him, desperation etching her features, but he brushed her aside, blinded by the thrill. "I won't be afraid anymore," he shouted, as if shouting could erase the consequences waiting in the shadows. But I felt it, an ominous weight coiling around us, tightening with every reckless choice he made. It was a small decision, a seemingly harmless lie, told in the heat of passion, but the ripples spread, consuming everything. I remember the chill of that morning, the news slicing through the air like a knife, shattering the fragile web we had spun around us. A flash of red lights, the wail of sirens, and the realization that this was not a game. Elias was gone, swallowed whole by the chaos he had embraced. Time warped around me, and I was left standing in the wreckage, a ghost of my former self. Myra's tears mirrored my own, and together we crumbled beneath the weight of our choices. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating. In that moment, the world felt so unforgiving, so brutally simple. Life choices are threads woven into the fabric of our souls, and the afterlife waits with eager hands to clasp them tightly. Weeks passed, but the shadows lingered. Elias's laughter echoed in the empty corners of our hearts. His ghost haunted us, a specter of what could have been, a reminder of the choices we must make even in the face of uncertainty. I remember the night spent staring at the stars, searching for forgiveness in the vastness, wondering if there was a way to reconcile the past with the future. Myra and I changed in those weeks, morphing into something unrecognizable. She became quiet, as if the world had drained her colors. I found myself spiraling into the depths of my own regret. We were the walking wounded, tethered by grief yet bound by the lessons we had learned from Elias's reckless heart. And then came the confrontation, an unexpected meeting in a forgotten alley, where shadows danced like phantoms. Myra stood there, her eyes aflame with determination, her voice steady like the tide. "We have to live with this," she said, her words sharp as glass. "We have to make better choices, or we'll be lost too." And there it was, the raw truth that cut through the fog. Choices, the simple yet complex act of choosing. Each moment a crossroad between light and dark, between consequences that ripple through time and the haunting whispers of what we've left behind. I felt my heart race, the weight of our choices pressing against my chest like a leaden stone, but it was time to rise from the ashes. Myra and I stood there, two souls entwined in our purpose, vowing to honor Elias by living fully, cautiously. The shadows may have threatened to swallow us whole, but we would fight back, each step echoing with the promise of life, the rhythm of hope beating like a war drum in our chests. I remember the thrill of that moment, the choice made not in selfishness, but in love. A dedication to the lives we still had, and the ghosts we would carry forever. The road ahead twisted and turned, fraught with the weight of our past, but each heartbeat became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And though Elias would never return, his spirit lingered, a whisper in the night, urging us on. We would make our choices matter, guiding lights through the darkness, reminders that every choice carries weight, that every heartbeat echoes into eternity. The afterlife's consequences are woven into the very fabric of our existence, and together we would unravel the thread, one decision at a time. I remember the moment the shadows stretched their fingers across the city skyline, a creeping darkness that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The clock tower tolled midnight, each chime echoing like a heartbeat, reminding us that time is an illusion, a trick played on the weak. In that stillness, everything felt suspended, as if the universe held its breath, anticipating something fierce and unforgiving. Ari stood on the edge of the rooftop, the wind clawing at her hair, a frantic whisper in her ears, urging her to jump or fly. Below, the streets pulsed with a life that felt dissonant with her own. Each car honked like a scream, each pedestrian a ghost, lost in the mundane. She was alive but felt like a specter, trapped in this hauntingly beautiful hell. Ari was searching for something, a truth buried deep beneath the surface of her existence. And then there was Leo, pacing in the shadows of the alleyway below, his hands trembling as he clutched a tattered book, its pages frayed and stained with time. He had always been drawn to the morbid, the arcane, finding solace in the whispers of the dead. This night, he was a mere boy pretending to be a man, a seeker of the underworld god who promised salvation in exchange for sacrifice. The weight of his own choices pressed down on him, a suffocating dread that clung to his skin like a second layer. "Are you ready?" The voice sliced through the air, breaking the thick silence, and he flinched, as if electricity had coursed through him. His heart raced. It was her, their connection was palpable, charged with something ancient and terrifying. Ari's eyes locked onto Leo's, and in that instant, a storm raged between them. She felt the pull, the gravitational force of their shared darkness. "Are we really doing this? Playing with forces we don't understand?" Her voice trembled, a mix of fear and yearning. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Leo asked, his eyes wide and desperate, searching for something she couldn't quite grasp. "Because I do. I can feel them. They're always with us, whispering, begging for release." "I don't want to believe," she confessed, a crack in her armor. "But I can't ignore this ache. It won't stop." And then the air shifted. The shadows writhed, and the city felt alive, pulsating with a heartbeat that matched their own. A siren in the distance wailed, echoing their internal struggles. They stood on the edge of an abyss, and all it would take was one step, one leap into the unknown. "You have to understand," Leo said, his voice fierce now, a raw whisper that felt like an incantation. "The underworld god is not just a myth. It's a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. The stories we tell ourselves shape our reality." Ari took a step back, the edge of the rooftop biting into her heels. She wanted to believe him, wanted to taste the forbidden nectar of understanding. But what if they were wrong? What if they summoned something far worse than they could ever imagine? Memories of her childhood crept in, memories of nights spent hiding under the covers, clutching her stuffed bear as shadows danced on her walls, whispering secrets that felt alive. "I remember," she said, her voice breaking, "the stories my grandmother told me. About the underworld, about the price of knowledge. It always came with a cost." Leo grasped her hand, grounding her in the present. "And what are we willing to pay?" In that instant, the world fell silent, the weight of their unspoken pact pressing on their hearts like a gravestone. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that made your skin crawl but also set your soul on fire. They were standing on the precipice of revelation, where the line between life and death blurred into obscurity. Something stirred deep within the shadows, an energy, a presence that felt ancient and wise but also hungry. It was the underworld god, tangling their fates in its ethereal web. Ari felt a chill dance down her spine, a warning whispering through the cosmos, echoing of old gods and their capricious desires. "Do it," Leo urged, his voice barely above a whisper. "Let's summon it." The weight of his words crashed over her like a wave. "What if it doesn't end well?" "Nothing ever does," he replied, a dark smile creeping across his lips, mingling fear with excitement. "But we must try." So they stood there, two broken souls amidst a city that felt alive with secrets, longing to reach beyond the veil of the ordinary. The air crackled with energy as they prepared to utter the incantation that would bind them to the underworld god, a decision that sent shivers through their bones, chilling their very essence. Ari's heart raced as she took a deep breath, feeling the gravity of the moment pull her deeper into its embrace. "I remember the stories," she whispered, "the warnings. But I also remember the hope that lay buried beneath the fear." "Let hope guide you," Leo urged, his grip tightening, their souls intertwined in this chaotic dance with destiny. With trembling hands, they began to chant, the words spilling forth like a torrent, each syllable igniting the air around them. The shadows thickened, swirling, and for a moment, they felt a surge of power, a perfect union of their fears and dreams. But then the darkness roared back, a primal force that sent them stumbling back, hearts racing, breathless with terror and exhilaration. The world around them erupted in a cacophony of sound, of cries, and whispers, a testament to the forces they had awakened. And just like that, the city felt alive, alive with ghosts and echoes of forgotten dreams. The underworld god was here, and it was hungry. Ari's heart thudded in her chest, the rhythm of the unknown pounding against her. She knew now they had crossed an invisible line, and there was no turning back. In that heart-stopping moment, everything shifted, time, reality, the very essence of who they were. As the world spun around them, the shadows began to whisper again, a seductive lullaby filled with promises and threats. Would they find what they were seeking, or would they plunge into an abyss from which there was no escape? The night stretched on, a tapestry woven with threads of fear and desire, each moment pulling them deeper into the heart of the city, into the arms of the underworld god who awaited them, ready to test the very limits of their souls. The chill in the air was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around Clara's throat like a noose. She stood in the abandoned church, the stained glass windows casting ghostly hues across the cracked floor. Darkness lurked in the corners, whispering secrets only the shadows understood. Every breath felt heavier, laden with the weight of judgment, past and present, mingling like smoke in the dim light. "I know what you did," a voice echoed, sharp and relentless, slicing through the heavy silence. It was Ethan, his eyes wild and wide, flickering with the flames of despair and anger. He stepped closer, the echo of his footsteps reverberating in the hollow space. "You think you can just walk away from this?" Clara flinched, the accusation clawing at her heart. The memories crashed over her like waves, sharp, vivid, unforgiving. She remembered the night everything changed, the night her choices birthed a darkness that would haunt them both. "What do you want from me, Ethan?" she breathed, every word trembling with the urgency of the moment. "I can't change the past." "I can't or won't," he interrupted, his voice rising, filled with the agony of betrayal. "You think I'm the only one who carries this weight? You think I'm the only one who remembers?" Outside, the wind howled, a banshee's cry that echoed their anguish. The world beyond the church walls felt distant, a mere backdrop to the storm brewing inside them. Clara grappled with her own turmoil, her heart beat a cacophony in her ears. She was a prisoner of her choices, shackled by the beliefs that had been instilled in her since childhood. The relentless idea of judgment loomed like a specter, watching, waiting, unforgiving. "We all have our ghosts, Clara," Ethan whispered, his voice low, almost tender. "But yours are louder than the rest." His words struck her like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of her mind. Her past choices replayed in a relentless loop, the whispers of the townspeople, the way their eyes had turned cold, how she had become an outcast in a community that once adored her. Clara pressed her palms against her temples, trying to push away the memories, but they surged back, relentless. "I remember," she started, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember the way they looked at me when they found out. How they turned their backs. I remember the silence that fell over the crowd. Silence, he scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. That's the loudest judgment of all, isn't it? They didn't have to say a word. The looks, the whispers, it was a death sentence. The air thickened, heavy with the truth of his words. Clara felt the walls closing in, suffocating her. She was trapped in a purgatory of her own making, shackled by the beliefs that had been passed down like heirlooms, each one heavier than the last. Her mind raced, and with each heartbeat, her resolve crumbled further. Do you think they're free? Ethan continued, his voice softening, the anger melting into something deeper, a shared understanding. Do you think anyone truly escapes judgment? Not when it's woven into the very fabric of our lives. It's like a thread that binds us to the past, to each other. Clara's chest tightened. He was right. The judgment didn't just linger in the shadows, it was a part of them. Every day, they wore it like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. She let it consume her, and now, she felt it strangling her spirit. Ethan, she whispered, the name a plea, a lifeline. I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't know what, he snapped, desperation clawing at his voice. That your actions would have consequences? That every choice echoes in the lives of others. The truth stung, raw and palpable. She had turned away from the path of righteousness, embracing a darkness that had seeped into her soul. Each decision felt like a step deeper into a pit of despair, and now the walls of that pit were closing in, sealing her fate. I remember the way you used to look at me, she said, her voice breaking. Before all of this. You believed in me. You thought I was good. I was a fool, he replied, pain lacing his voice. You thought your choices didn't affect me, but they did. They haunted me, and now they haunt you. We're not free, Clara. Not now, not ever. The truth hung thick in the air, each word a weight pressing down on them. The shadows danced around them, flickering like memories half remembered, half forgotten. Clara felt the tears prick her eyes as the realization struck her. She wasn't just haunted by the judgment of others, she was a wraith in her own life, trapped by her failure to confront the past. Maybe we're both fools, she whispered, her voice heavy with sorrow. But I can't keep living like this. I can't keep running. Ethan took a step closer, vulnerability flickering in his eyes. Then we face it. Together. The words hung between them, an electric moment that sparked hope amid despair. But the shadows were relentless, whispering of the past, warning of the consequences. Clara felt the darkness closing in, but in that moment, just for a heartbeat, she thought she could see a way out, a flicker of light breaking through. But the cycle of judgment was a relentless tide, and as the clock ticked on, its echo became a countdown to inevitable confrontation. The walls of the church closed tighter, each heartbeat a reminder that legacy was a cruel master, and continuity was a haunting specter. And just like that, the moment fractured, leaving them suspended in a web of unresolved tension, the air thick with unspoken words. The judgment they feared wasn't just external, it simmered within, twisting their souls, binding them to their choices. Each breath felt like a confession, and in that darkness, they were both lost and found. A heart-wrenching silence enveloped them, but the shadows pulsed with the promise of reckoning, of resolution, if they dared to confront it. The cycle of judgment loomed large, and each moment echoed with the urgency of their choices, the weight of their past threatening to plunge them back into the abyss. And as they stood there, two souls entwined in their shared darkness, the shadows whispered their secrets, weaving a tapestry of legacy and continuity that would stretch far beyond this moment, into eternity.